right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're not live.
Love those bluesy vibes.
Oh, I hear a dog. Hey,
Yeah,
dog.
hello, puppy. Oh, it's just a puppy. Let's go see the puppy. Okay. Come on, man.
Nope.
Welcome to Live in the Park with Reed and Dolly. And whoever shows up.
Mm-hmm. I'll post this to the Discord in case people want to join.
Cool. Sometime later I'll grab something and pull into the YouTube and start harassing people in the text or something. I don't know if I'll finally get some pine points.
There you go. Hey. I need to set a title screen graphic for that.
Okay. Is that something you could set up in StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to understand this StreamYard tool and how much of it I can reach.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the right link.
That's it. I ain't gonna be spending no money that I don't have. You want to ask me? I ain't gonna be giving you no licks. I'm gonna get that is like his own ego type. Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, good. He's taking his one wheel out for some exercise. The one wheel's getting exercise.
Mm. There we go. All right, so I'll be here for at least 3 or 4 hours.
Cool.
Sunny day. 75.
All right. Well, I'm going to grab some juggling balls and start busking.
Okay.
Causing us some flies.
Oh, yeah. There's another one. Not as fresh. Oh, well.
I think it's mainly this.
Cool. I see a trash can. I'll run. I need the exercise. I'll grab the other trash out of the bag. Thank you.
So hello everyone, welcome. What claims should we have on the board today? Any suggestions?
We're doing an interview today. If you want.
Thank you. You should grab a free drink down there.
I saw those drinks. Yeah.
They're very good.
Let me go grab one.
Pretty sure I'm not allowed.
Why?
Carbohydrate, too much sugar.
Okay.
They said most
I don't
of
think
it
they-
will
most of it will
transport.
happen.
But I don't have an
Big
Instagram,
chunks
so
of
maybe I
it
don't
will
have
make
the
it down to
proper
Earth.
point.
But they don't know where it
Coin of the Realm is the Instagram post for them.
I think that's what they're doing. They're saying it's free with an Instagram follow.
I can show them on my Twitch stream.
Yeah.
Can give them a plug there.
So what do you think the odds are that Doug's going to get a free supply of sparkling ice?
Very low.
Really?
Yeah. A free supply. Or maybe that's different from like them sponsoring him.
Is it?
Like as a program. Maybe they might send him a case for free. 50% about that, but being able for him to be able to get a commission on his channel, 1%.
But he's asking for a supply of pepper.
Oh, he just wants them to send him as his compensation.
Yes, he wants a regular supply, which I'm assuming, maybe that's a case a month.
A case a month.
Every 2 weeks or something.
Okay.
10 or 20 cases a year, maybe. I think it would be a great choice for them.
I think it's a great bit to keep going.
It's a great bit. I follow another guy who likes to exploit failures in games, called the Spiffing Brit. And for all of his time, has been fake pushing Yorkshire tea. He does not have a relationship with Yorkshire tea. interview. We're doing interviews if you want to take a break.
Oh, sorry, I had to get out. Thank you.
Figure people coming this way are more looking for rest.
Yeah.
But mostly I talk to people who make eye contact.
Right.
We're doing interviews.
Very impressive, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
We're doing interviews. We have time for that.
Interviews for what exactly?
Street epistemology is an interview form where you bring any topic you like. And we ask you your reasons and methods and what sort of data you use to come to that conclusion.
I'm not sure what I'll talk about though. What's a very popular topic you guys come across?
In this environment, 30 or 40% of it is like secret, what do you call it?
Law of attraction.
Law of attraction.
Law of attraction. Oh.
Yeah, we get about 20 or 30% like God exists claims. The rest are maybe political.
What was that?
The rest are maybe political.
Oh, I see.
So it's whatever you bring. We're very adaptable.
I don't know. I kind of thought this a while ago that what if every day our future is different because it may seem kind of strange, but what if every day like today's present day doesn't really matter because the future is constantly being changed. Yeah. So, what if the next 5 minutes someone changes the future, and tomorrow we recognize the day, I don't know, Germany wins World War II, and we just see it as a regular.
I'm seeing so Back to the Future and ripples through time and I'm disappearing. Time travel.
So let's see, today's current history, etc. Maybe somewhat of fabrication because it was altered 5 minutes ago, and we just don't realize it. Yesterday could be completely different. It's alright.
Come on. Yeah, I heard it's called Last Thursday.
It's called Last Thursday. Is that what?
Last Thursday. It's the notion that we might have come into existence last Thursday with our memories.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
I'm not putting up with 1 second.
And of course, picking exactly Thursday
So,
is
I'm not putting up
ironically over specific.
So, we'll see what he does.
Yeah.
But right now,
Actually got to get going, but maybe next time.
We're trying to be here Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Wednesdays and Saturdays, I'll try to do myself.
Karl Marx is trending.
Karl Marx.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How
Trending
about
on
Twitter?
Twitter.
How about this? Should Trump be allowed back on social media? Is
Sure.
is Bitcoin a good investment?
Huh? Oh, good question.
And in light of the Karl Marx, is Marxism relevant today?
Well, simply, the answer is yes, because a lot of people think so. But
Yeah, it depends on how people interpret that question. Is that the best way to ask about that Karl Marx? What's a good question around Karl Marx?
Oh, I think the relevance question is the most open-ended.
The most open.
I like that one the best.
Is Marxism relevant today?
Yes.
Okay.
CRT, critical race theory, incorporates Marxism or postmodernism often.
Conflict theory, at least. Yeah.
There's a conflict.
Conflict theory.
Conflict theory.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with
bourgeoisie
that.
versus the proletariat,
Oh, okay. Yes.
oppressed
Yes.
versus the privileged.
I was referring critical race theory.
Yeah, they're oppressor versus the privileged.
Yes.
Yeah, oppressor versus oppressed, and privileged versus the marginalized. That's the
Okay.
analogy.
Yes.
So that's the conflict theory portion of critical
Oh,
race theory.
I see.
Yeah.
Now I understand. Yes.
Yeah.
I've noted that proponents of critical race theory, when they do express um, a political bent, it is Marxism or strong socialism, which is overlapping, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it could go into like how many people even know who Marx is and what Marxism is who walk by here.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll
Okay.
see. Maybe we'll get the. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking it's 1 in 10. Maybe I'm different. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, I don't know. A lot of it would depend on how deep you had to ask the question.
Yeah, how
I bet a lot
deeply.
of people could spell his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and only 20% are going to assume he's brother of Harpo.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, First Amendment is trending. That's about social media.
Sure.
What else? I need a fourth one. You come up with one.
Okay, sure. Okay, so it's Marxism, Trump on social media. What was the third one?
Bitcoin.
Thank you. And I'll stay on yellow just not to not mess with your system. And you want one more or three more?
One more.
One more.
Oh, Section 230. That's social media related. Dogecoins is trending. That's Bitcoin related. Wow. Biden White House is preparing to confront states on anti-trans bills. That's a hot topic.
Messed up. Let's try it again.
Big and legible.
Yeah.
Always thought.
What do you got? Blank is the most important current issue. That's good. Here's a magnet. I like that. If you're just watching, feel free to go to the StreamYard link in the SE Discord. You can join the show and chat with me on audio and video if you want. In between interlocutors, there's a link there. I guess I'll post it in the chat as well. Yeah, feel free to join.
Well, I promise they're not very dangerous unless I throw them back.
Not you.
My juggling balls do not bite.
No. I was saying.
Do you have change for $5?
Yes.
I might go get a bottle of water, not a coconut water. I posted the StreamYard link in our chats. Thank you. So some people may be coming on.
Good.
I assume it's $1? Well, I assume $1 is a water. Water is $1? All right, I'll be
Close
out.
enough.
I'll be right back. Keep an eye on the chat.
Okay. I'll sit down and remote busk from here. I look a little bleached, a little oversaturated. Huh. That's somehow in the way. This camera looked to me bleached, overexposed. I don't know if that's something that's adjustable.
It's not visible, and it's kind of, it does that to show that it's not visible.
It bleaches to show that it's not visible. I see. Okay.
I can add my iPad to the stream.
We're doing interviews today. Thank you. You're so right.
Robert,
Yes.
enjoy your day, gentlemen.
We're doing interviews today.
Oh, no. On my way back, if I got oxygen.
Excellent.
All right, all right.
Here you go. Two mega. That's big. I think that's Terra.
2 megas is a tera.
I think so.
Okay.
10 to the 6th twice is 10 to the 12th.
Yep. And that's over 10, yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're doing interviews today.
Which trail are we going to be on that? Sure, that should be fun.
Indeed.
How can I help you?
Please have a seat. Reed will take you through it.
Hello, hello, how are you?
Hey, what's happening?
Just hanging out, doing some conversations.
Cool.
Yep. And we like to keep it open for people to bring up a topic, and I'll explain what we're doing here. We're trying to practice a way of having conversations.
But not really. See, I live off of Melrose. So some bozo on Monday, which was 2 days ago, set up these two big, I don't know if they were telescopic cameras or telescopes or that's it. You know, you got to carry them somehow, right?
Yeah.
What, I got to create a case, put it on my back? I got a sash for when I swing them blindfolded. It gets sweaty, you get wet.
Yeah.
I'm carrying in my hands. Nobody ever gives me a pass. It's not like I'm walking like I'm looking to cause trouble or anything. I'm just walking down the street. He's offended. I don't know. Did you hear about where I'm supposed to be in on a Pan Pacific like 2 weekends ago? I was going down there to practice. I listened. They were talking about how the defund police, the money has been proprietized, not so much away from police, but into, I guess it would be probably independent contract drones.
Independent contract drones?
Well, yeah, because I can't see LA County doing it themselves. I mean, come on, everything in this country is about outsourcing now. So we'd go to
Outsourcing.
independent contractor, private parties to run that stuff. Here's these two telescopic cameras 2 weeks after I hear this. So I've put my stuff down to pull out my camera and start filming for either my IG channel or my, YouTube channel.
Okay.
And I talk about how insane this stuff is off of Melrose. All these kids are playing this this comedy skits down there, and everybody falls for this crap, believing it's real, and it's all staged. They go on these freaking websites, hey, you know, we need an intern, you do this and this for us, and we do this stuff, and it's believable. People come out here, believe this is a safe community. Oh, it's just a bunch of joking and heckling and stuff. That's not really what's going on out here at all. I mean, I hike Runyon Canyon every day, every freaking day, either here or Griffith. There's at least one building burning somewhere in LA. And it's for gentrification purposes for what's happening and has been happening ever since last year. One building a day just wiped somewhere in this town. And I'll bet you it's somewhere down like the poverty-stricken areas that corporate America wants to get their claws into.
Okay, so those telescopic cameras.
So anyways, the telescopic cameras.
Yeah.
So I started filming because I saw a drone. And I'm documenting all this. I go, well, let's investigate this. Let's figure out where this is coming from.
There's a drone as well?
Yeah, there was a drone watching from above behind it on Cursor and Melrose. It's a Hot Wings or Buffalo Wings
These were
restaurant.
like film cameras or like construction cameras?
It's a film camera drone.
And
The guy's parked across the street. I looked around. I didn't see anyone. I said, potentially it's this guy sitting here. Because why is this guy waiting for the store to open freaking an hour and a half before it opens? So it was probably an undercover sting. He was probably undercover. This other guy, he's the freaking drone guy. He's the independent contract. He's in a full tinted up window car sitting across the street. I never even thought that he's in the car. I follow the drone. The drone finally drops onto the car. That's where I cut my feed. I should have extended an extra 12 seconds. Would have got the guy getting out of the car. This is Monday. I come down from hiking, I find out from my boy that LAPD went to that there was a complaint about me because my 2 sticks turned into either 2 swords or knives, because this little prick was offended that I ruined his whatever he was trying to do, sting bust or whatever, because I documented it.
Who do you think that guy was in the
I have no
van?
freaking idea, but my boy told me that he called LAPD or complained to LAPD, and if it was a sting, he could still do that because he was an independent contract. But I still think that guy's sitting right in front of round 2. Round 2 opens at 11. Why is he there? Like, it actually might have been 9:30 in the morning, actually.
A sting, someone, an independent contractor trying to find someone committing a crime or something?
Yeah, they've been doing this for several days. Think about it. The city's open now. It's been shut down for months.
Who was this guy trying to catch doing what?
Well, you got these high-end cameras. Somebody's going to come up, try and steal them, and then you got them, right?
Oh, you're
you got
saying
them on film. It's either for his channel or something, or you
so
got
they put the
undercover
telescopic cameras out there as bait and use the drone
Correct.
to record them stealing.
And then you got the undercover sitting around the corner, round 2, like an hour, hour and a half.
The undercover contractor trying to...
He's sitting in the car. He's a drone guy. Cops aren't going to know how to fly drones.
And who hired that guy?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
Or was it, what was that? I don't know. All I know is I'm told that day, later in the day, I was told LAPD is certain police people, we won't get into names, came to certain other parties affiliated with me and said there was a complaint about me, asked is anything going on? No, it's quiet and stuff. And I have a reputation. I don't have weapons, and if I do have weapons, they're carried legally and legitimately, the way by law. But people are such weird snowflakes in this town. They're super sensitive about everything. And you know what? It's about facts, not fiction of feelings.
So one question I'm hearing is, should people be allowed to carry mini bow staffs around in public?
Look, it wasn't actually that I was doing anything wrong. If they're on my back, there's no problem. I wasn't walking like I was being hostile. I'm just carrying them here. 2 sticks are 2 sticks. So then why is Grandpa allowed to have a fucking cane? It's the same damn thing.
Same thing.
Because I'm not here to promote violence. I'm not carrying it like I'm violent. Most of the time it's over my shoulder like this.
Mm-hmm.
Or down here.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Okay.
it's in my right hand, well, hey, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not like the rest of you. I dropped 22 to 25 feet out of a tree.
Yeah.
And all I did was went thud, no sound from me, and I got up 6 seconds later with a dislocated shoulder.
Wait, what?
That was December.
What happened?
I fell 22 to 25 feet straight back out of a tree, and all I did was dislocate my shoulder.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
That happens.
Okay.
I'm athletic.
You climb trees, but sometimes you fall out sometimes.
Well, you know, in LA, LA's so gentrified with Mommyville over the snowflakes that nobody had a daddy. You got all deadbeat daddies, so nobody has a daddy. So the kid that wants to go over here, like I saw the other day on Melrose, a little boy, he wants to go look at the food truck. No, we're not going to go eat that. He didn't say he wanted to eat. He just wanted to go over there and assert his boyhood or his manlyhood of curiosity, go look at the food truck. Moms restrict him. Dad, if there were, Dad would have said, yeah, let's go look over there because the son's curious and he understands. That's what makes a man, not a sip cock.
That what makes a man not a sip cock?
Simp cock.
Simp cuck.
You know.
Okay, gotcha.
A simpleton and a cock that
Uh-huh.
let's obey all the girls and give them all our money, and when they're fucking every other guy, we're okay with it.
And this is related
Excuse
to
the language.
This is related to gentrification.
No, everything has been a process through socialization of society over the last 100 years to get to this point for some reason.
Society is creating simp cucks of men.
Well, actually, it's a lot worse than that. They started taking the real information out of the educational system back in the 90s. There was discussions of that.
It's been going on a while.
Well, let's see. Probably at least since the burning of the Temple of Alexandria, right?
Oh, it goes back that far.
Well, yeah, I mean, what was that information? We can't even repeat that stuff yet, can we?
Yeah, we don't know what was in that.
No, can you build a pyramid? Or what about that, what is it, Damascus steel or Roman concrete, which they know had shit and piss in it, but we still can't recreate, and all our stuff falls apart in 100 years.
Oh, it's
We're
another.
just still standing.
That's another interesting claim. Did humans not build the pyramids?
I don't know, you tell me. Was it E.T.?
What? Yeah, did aliens build the pyramids?
What if it was the gods of Egypt?
The gods of Egypt?
No, I'm just saying, weren't there always gods in stories or a superhuman race here?
Yeah, do gods exist? Does any god exist?
Well, were they gods, or were they actually, was it mistranslated from sky gods and it was supposed to be sky kings?
do sky kings exist? Yeah.
Well, sky kings would have came in a ship, right? Well, that's
aliens.
in all the stories.
So do aliens exist? Have aliens
Were
visited
they
Earth?
aliens or were they
Have-
sky kings? You tell me. If
have-
they look like us, how could they be aliens if we came from them? Anunnaki.
Anunnaki?
Yeah, isn't that ancient Sumeria? Isn't that one of the first civilizations? They created the mining colonies of Africa, and there's geocentric circles and everything that radiate all the energy.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Africa. They still exist, and they still radiate that energy.
So
and
they're
where does that come
they're
from?
like ancient evolved humans
That's
that are
in the Bible,
that are
isn't
the
it?
sky.
There
sky
was a
kings.
race. There was a family. It's documented. Wasn't that the blood of David? A
Is there-
gentleman
yeah.
told me something interesting in Alley the other day.
Okay.
He said that the blood of Thor is the blood of, Jesus, because they both had hammers, and that means they were a line of carpenters, which is a form of masonry.
Thor has a hammer. Jesus has a hammer.
Yeah.
They're both gods.
Are they?
Don't know.
I don't
Do
know.
people with hammers are god? Or is everyone with a hammer a god?
If you think about it, if you put it like this, with a little knurl on top, it technically is a cross.
A hammer's kind of a cross. Well, there's a lot to talk about there.
Well, how was this conversation? Was it enlightening at all?
Well, we talked about a lot of claims. I'd love to talk about one specific one and get some reasons.
What is it?
Could I get your first name, though, first?
Michael.
Michael, gotcha. My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I think I saw you on YouTube before. That's why I stopped.
Oh, cool. Nice. Appreciate it. Yeah,
You guys have never seen me.
I don't think so.
No, I got like 124 viewers, but on Instagram I made 1,000 like the last month.
Cool, cool. And do you mind if we record and stream and stuff?
No, I don't care.
Sweet. Yeah. And want to talk about the Anunnaki or like Sky Kings and stuff?
Well, what about it? About 1991,
Yeah.
I got a book that was interesting and I won't discuss because that's ancient esoteric stuff that delved into this thing called Anu. And Anu was something I heard rumors was some kind of Egyptian king or god, and when I did all my research came up with nothing. And later found by Zachariah Sitchin that IRL relates to stuff from the ancient writings of the oldest civilization, the Sumerian, which was Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, which was part of the cradle, they say, of civilization that was affiliated with South Africa,
Okay.
and the gold mines there and all that stuff of Michael Tellinger researches.
Yeah, let's stick to the specific question. Who built the pyramids?
I don't know, you tell me. They're much older than they claim.
What are some of the best, but what are some potential explanations
Between 100 to a couple million years old.
for who built the pyramids? Are we saying who?
That we're not sure. Are we? With the gods, maybe? I mean, that's
So-
in the...
so-
Maybe they were all the same gods, different cultures, different times, different periods,
Okay.
because they traveled.
The Egyptian gods is one set of people, potentially. Anybody else?
Well, I mean, I would think it would be the O's.
The who?
The O's.
The O's?
The O-Bloods.
What is that?
the O blood. You have the
How do you
A
spell that?
positive, the A bloods, the B bloods,
Oh, the O bloods.
O bloods. Yeah, the COVID is not designed for the O blood.
These are
It's
humans with
something-
the O blood type,
Yeah, either positive or negative.
Positive or
lacking
negative.
or adding of the rhesus monkey
Okay.
factor.
So we've got the Egyptian gods might have built the pyramids, the humans with O blood types. Anybody else potentially?
I don't know. Who else could have an alien blood DNA here that started with the blood of Ramses the First of Egypt?
Don't know. So they have to be some kind of connection to the gods, either
Well,
through the gods themselves or like a god
I've
blood type.
researched all this, that even on all the YouTube channels, it's all the same. Whether you read the Bible or you read Sitchin's stuff of ancient Samaria or you read anything else, it all is the same story, wherever it comes from. Now, I was in an alley having this discussion with three guys the other day, three different perceptions of it. I was talking about the most recent stuff I've studied, which is the Anunnaki stuff in Nibiru up there, whatever. They used to see that on YouTube a lot, like 2017.
The
They don't now.
Anunnaki, are they different from the Egyptian gods?
Well, you got several races here. You got the Nordic blonde blues, and then you got the Anunnaki, who are the reds. So I guess the blonde blues would be like the Nordic, and the red would be like the Egyptian and the Celtic and the Sumerian.
Let's just stick to the Egyptian pyramids.
Well, they had red hair too. Ramses the First, which was the last one here when the Sky Kings left,
Yeah.
leaving that line here,
Hmm.
he was the first of the line O blood here, documented,
Okay.
because everything else was gone.
So who do you think built the Egyptian pyramids?
Maybe before all that.
What did?
Well, there was a guy the other day saying there were solar beings or solar deities, and sand would be something you'd be able to create rather easily with energy.
Sun gods?
Yeah.
Solar deities? They're different from the Egyptian gods?
Well, of course, they come from the sun, and that would be where the worship of the sun god Ra came from, and everything else. So
Yeah.
maybe it all has some kind of correlation. I can't put it together, though.
Okay.
Sorry, you'd have to be a god, I guess, right?
Okay. So let's say potential hypothesis is some type of god built the pyramids.
Or some kind of intelligent design, or system, or something, energy, frequency, being, entity, celestial being, something. It couldn't just pop up, could it? Or is the planet alive and the planet just built it itself one day? Because it's just sand, water, and mortar, which is more sand and mud,
Let's just
isn't it?
Let's
I mean,
just-
what is the composition? of
let's talk
humans?
about this claim. Regular humans built the pyramids.
I don't buy that at all.
Can I get your confidence about that? If all the way to the right is absolutely yes, regular
Oh,
humans,
absolutely no
regular
way,
humans
dude.
built the pyramids?
No, there's. It's
or not
possible.
sure, or
Because
absolutely no.
we went and devastated a forest something like 180 to 300 miles away.
Where would your confidence be about regular
what?
humans building the pyramids?
Well, what about this? What if the humans found those? Because that's what the Egyptians talk about from their culture. Because I found one that used to work at Whole Foods back in
You've got a confidence scale there.
2013.
All the way
Was this
to-
all the way up?
All the way to the left is no, they didn't.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Is that all the way?
Yes.
All the way could not be mistaken about that?
No, I don't think so. At all.
Okay.
There's no way. I've researched it too much. I read all this stuff.
There's no way regular humans built the pyramids.
Well, think about it. Sky Kings would have came in their chariots. That's documented. There's planes in the ancient Peruvian history. You got the planes as the artifacts. There's little necklaces they have that look like a bird. That's an airplane. I mean, that's all in Ancient Aliens. It's all in the first 3 seasons.
I'm hearing there's evidence that ancient gods existed because of Egyptian hieroglyphics and stuff.
Well, was it, or are we just on a time loop due to something dealing with the Philadelphia Project and the Montauk and Project Hero or Fort Hero?
Ancient Egyptian pyramids
Well, what
were,
if it's all the same thing?
were not built by regular humans because why?
How do we know? Well, how do we know they weren't made by regular humans, but regular humans that manipulated time and space?
Regular humans can manipulate time and space?
Ask the Navy and the Air Force about that, or ask Russia about that, or China about
Ancient humans who lived in ancient times built the pyramids. No?
that. We have quantum computers and we have CERN. So if CERN has broken down the atoms to things beyond that and altered dimensionally everything,
Did they have that back in the day when the pyramids were being built?
but nothing is linear. That's your perception of everything. Nothing is linear. The here, now, past, and present is all here at every junction.
Are you saying
point.
time-traveling humans built the pyramids?
Anything's possible, isn't it?
Is whatever is possible probable?
What is a higher intelligence? That could even, a higher intelligence could just be a higher order of the same species from another point in time and space. Or who's to say we in the past were not more intelligent than we are now? Because evidently we are.
Who's
Because
to
we
say?
can't even conversate as people anymore.
do
That's
you
why I sat down here, because we lack that. I see so many people sit across from a table at a restaurant and they text each other. And the social skills system has gone out the window, where now there's this false facade that feelings overrule everything else, fact or fiction.
Okay, so what's the best reason to think that humans actually did build the pyramids? Is there any reason for that?
I don't, because I've read too many books to discount it, from everything down to the surveyors.
What's the best example of evidence?
There was this one archaeologist, I read a book, I don't remember his name. He spent 30 years as an archaeologist studying and talking and researching surveying and how to be a surveyor.
Uh-huh.
So that he actually documented scientifically all of these megaliths he went and investigated, and they were all off 0.002 of an inch or a micron or something, which is exactly the width of a hair.
I'm confused. What happened?
So, say Machu Picchu. Say the pyramids.
Egyptian pyramids. Let's stick to
Say
that.
Easter Island, and say Stonehenge. Say structurally the variance in all of those are 0.002 of an inch, or exactly the width of one hair.
Structural variance?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, structural variance, everything you have, whether you're a boat and you have buoyancy on a boat, where if you put, the boat is a certain amount tons of steel. It's hollow just enough to allow a certain amount of weight before it sinks. You can't go over that and exceed a certain limit, or it starts to go down too far and you start sinking.
Are you saying the
So you
pyramids don't have
weight
structural variance?
You have weight variances and you have structural variances. The variance is how far off something is one to the other.
What do
If you
mean?
were to structurally measure, say, 5 buildings right here, right next to each other,
Yeah.
they structurally will be off significantly, each one.
Be off how? What do you mean?
You guys don't understand masonry, so you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't understand what you mean.
Okay,
Like a
you
level?
deal with the level, the angles, the mass, the weight when you build everything, and you have to account for that, so that with earthquakes and, say, structural issues, it doesn't sink. Say the ground gets soft, because the ground can turn into basically quicksand. It's happened. You get sinkholes. So you need to have some variance. There will always be a variance because, the houses settle. Sometimes, when it gets cold, the doors don't want to open, or they open easier than when it's more hot and there's more moisture and it swells and the door sticks when you open it.
Can I repeat back what I think I'm hearing you say, just so I
Sure.
make sure I'm getting it? The pyramids were very very structurally good built.
All
things.
the megaliths of the past were. They were
Yeah.
off almost very
They have-
dimensionally. They do not show. It doesn't register
Yeah.
because it's the width of one hair. They were
There's-
off.
They were
We
just
can't do that
very.
today.
They were built very well, and one way to measure that is structural variance. And
Yeah,
they're
and
just
if you
off
really
the
get
charts
into
really
the
good.
Freemason Bibles, they actually give the actual measurement of cubits and that, and how the pyramids were built, and all those things in the Bible.
And you're saying humans couldn't have managed that level of structural variance?
Not as we are now.
Not as we are now, or were back then?
Maybe, or was that back then, or are we on a loop?
Or are we in a loop?
Well, yeah, the infinity loop, what is, and what is will come around. Or the serpent eating the tail, which is Ragnarok, which the serpent's actually not eating its tail. He's closing in the enemy in the middle.
Wow. Okay, I think that's some more people wanting to come
No
in.
problem. You have a great day. I hope
Thank you,
got some
Michael.
content.
We're here Wednesdays and Saturdays. Hope to see you around.
No problem. Take care.
Later. Welcome. Would anyone like to do an interview? Great. Feel free to sit down, Dolly.
Thank you. There, nice and clean. Okay. All cameras are still rolling, yes? Good. We're live streaming.
Okay, sounds good.
That's going out to YouTube and Twitch. And these are later for a nice, more carefully edited version.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Cool. So,
Yeah.
did any of those suggestions catch your eye?
What I want to talk about.
Coronavirus. Very good.
So the thing is, okay, at first, and especially in California, at first, we didn't know what this was. Obviously,
Okay.
it was a weird thing. It was confusing, and of course, at first, the lockdowns, it made sense because we didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I feel like after a year of all this, and the reason I'm wearing the mask because I kind of hide my face.
That's all good.
Do you think like California should be still wearing masks and all that? Do you think that's a good thing?
I'm willing to trust the experts, and if they say that we still should, because that's where the odds go, I'm okay with that.
How do you feel about Texas and Florida being wide open, and their cases aren't as high, and their cases are actually going down?
Yeah, I don't actually know. When I heard about that, I will say I was a little surprised.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe they were going against the expert advice, but
Right.
I don't know.
And the thing about, okay, are you gonna get the vaccine?
I've gotten the vaccine. I got my second Fauci ouchie a week ago.
So I don't understand about the vaccine.
Yeah.
Why do you still
I
need
got
to,
Pfizer, by the way,
Okay,
if that matters.
right. Why do you still need to distance yourself and wear like masks and stuff after receiving the vaccine? That to me, I don't understand. Like I don't understand why. Wouldn't that cause more vaccine hesitancy? Like if you get the vaccine, shouldn't you be completely? From what I heard, it's 95% immune.
Yeah.
But people say if you get the vaccine, you still have to socially distance. You still have to, in California, you still have to socially distance. You still have to wear your mask. To me, honestly, that makes zero sense to me.
Okay.
I don't understand why you still need to do all this distance and mask up and mask up outside when you're immune. Like I don't understand that.
First of all, immunity is only good for 19 parts out of 20.
Right.
And the second thing is, if one person has it, I could take it on my hands and give it to you, even if I'm immune. Is that possible?
But the thing, if you get the vaccine, like if it's 95%, shouldn't you be immune? Like, how is there any way of you getting it if you take the vaccine? That's
The one thing I don't understand about the 95% thing, and I don't know how this math works. Does
Right.
this mean that I could have an equal chance of getting it if I had 20 times as much exposure? Or does that mean that 1 in 20 people who get the vaccine are just not immune and 19 of them are really immune? I don't know which it is, or if it's some mix in the middle.
See, that's why I feel like to me, I think the media loves to push fear. They love to push fear.
That sounds right.
That's why if you get the vaccine, I feel like you shouldn't wear masks. We should be free. We should go back to being, in California, we should go back to being normal. If most people get the vaccine, I feel like we should be good and not have to wear these masks and not have to have all these restrictions and social distancing. If you get the vaccine, you should be free. That's why a lot of people, that's why I haven't gotten it. That's why I'm very hesitant to get it, because like I see friends of mine get the vaccine and they're still distancing, they're still, staying home.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the media should say, you get the vaccine, you're good. You're immune, you're back to normal, you can go back to normal.
Is that correct?
I feel like we're already at a year of this.
Yeah.
And you think about the past, like the flu, the cold and stuff like that. We learned how to live with all that.
Okay.
We learned how to live with the cold. I think it's been a year. I don't think this virus is going away.
Okay.
It's not going to go away. We just got to learn how to live with it. Like like the cold and the flu, we just learn how to live with it. That's what I think.
Okay. So that means like a natural herd immunity kind of a thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So those are just my thoughts.
right. So
I've had them for
I
a
think
long
I'm
time.
hearing a claim in what you're saying that I'd like to explore.
Okay.
That once vaccinated, we can relax pretty much all of the other restrictions because
That's what I
vaccination
think, so.
should cover it.
That's what I think.
Okay. All right. So so now what is vaccinated? I'm just going to go through each of the items in the claim and ask you the details about it. So
Okay,
this is
yeah.
going to feel really grilly. but
Okay, I'm
Work
down.
with me.
All right.
So what does vaccinated mean?
You get the shot.
Get the shot.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've had 2 shots and it's been a week, and they tell me that next week I'll be fully vaccinated
Fully
because
vac-
it'll have had 2 weeks after the second shot for the something.
Right. From what I hear, all the not the Johnson. I heard the Johnson & Johnson one. There's the
To have a lower number,
Right.
and I agree. I would like to put them in a different category.
from my research, Pfizer and Moderna.
Moderna,
yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
I hear they're very good.
Mhm.
I hear you get it, and you're 95% immune, and feel like you should be good to go after that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So if I've got somebody who's fully vaccinated by the definition that we just mentioned,
Right.
how much risk could they? How much if they were to completely sloppy it up, like party like it was 2019?
Yeah.
What would be their likelihood of getting it?
5%.
Okay. Could they reduce that likelihood with other means, like masks or,
and stuff
or
like that.
handy
Well-
wipes or?
Well, I mean, 5% is very low.
Right, 5% is very low.
5% is very low. So, I don't know. I think.
So
I feel
so at
like
5%, it would just be fine. It wouldn't. You'd be
Yeah,
fine with
it-
taking a 5%
like-
chance of getting COVID.
Yeah, like the flu. Like
Okay.
we gotta learn how to live with it. Like
Okay.
we did the other diseases. Just learn how to live with it. And vaccines. I'm not 100% like against vaccines at all. But like if you get the flu shot, they say you're good from the flu. You don't have to distance or nothing like that.
Right.
When you get the flu shot, I feel like they should be telling in California they should be telling us this. If you get the shot, you're okay. You're immune. You could go back to normal life.
Okay. Is that what the experts are saying?
I don't know.
Okay. You're saying the media should say that.
That's
Should
what
the media
should
say what the experts say, or
What-
should the media say something else?
Well, the experts, what are like Fauci and them, right? They're saying to still.
Fauci's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Fauci is the one saying that you gotta distance and stuff. See, but I feel I feel that creates vaccine hesitancy.
Why does further distancing create vaccine hesitancy? Because we're not confident enough in the vaccine to give people the other instruction?
That's it. No, I'm saying if you get the vaccine, you should be immune and you should be going back to your normal life. Right? That's how I feel.
If I had the Johnson & Johnson, I don't think so.
I'm talking about the Johnson & Johnson one.
Right. I'm saying that we have an example of a vaccine that's not good enough.
Right. So Pfizer, and unless they're still trying to figure this out, do more research, but I feel like it's been a year already.
Okay.
And if you get the vaccine, you should be immune and go back to life.
Okay.
Living.
So I'm gonna usually these are confidence factors, but I'm gonna put it at 90. Let's see, there's 95% ish.
What are these right here?
These are confidence
okay.
scales. Like how confident are you of your claim? But in this case, we're gonna say, what's your confidence in the Pfizer? And I think we're both using the same number of 95%.
95%, yeah.
What could be dangerous in that 5% that would make 95% not good enough?
Yeah. So from what I'm hearing is if you have like a really bad underlying disease.
Okay.
Like if you have like bronchitis or something like that.
Sure.
And you get corona,
Yeah. One of my wives is immune compromised.
Right.
So for her, the danger would be an order of magnitude worse than if I got it.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm over 50, which probably means it's an order of magnitude worse than if you got it.
Right.
Because I think you're a lot less than 50. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. She's actually 55.
Okay, then you look awesome for 55.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, it's good to talk about this because, and it's good that we're talking about this because when I usually try to talk about this to people, it always ends in, oh, you're wrong. It's just good to have a conversation about this. This is what I like.
Yeah, there's a lot
Finally.
of really noisy talking going on on the far ends.
Yeah, far right, far left, yeah.
And a lot of people, I think, are really quick to assume you're on that very far end,
Yeah.
way over there.
Right.
Yeah, I had a conversation with somebody yesterday on a similar topic,
Right.
and apparently they are regularly, when they get in online discussions, being called an anti-vaxxer.
Right.
And the guy's claim for me was that if you take all the 16 vaccines, he's from UK.
Right.
They have 16 vaccines on their schedule, and he says his claim was that your risk of death and your health
Right.
is improved far more than any danger that you get from the 16. And they
No,
were
no.
calling him an anti-vaxxer.
No,
And that sounds like a pro-vax. That sounds like a pro-vax
Yeah.
position.
No, vaccines are good. I'm not against vaccines at all. Vaccines actually help us live longer, I
Yeah.
feel. But this one specifically, I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm not sure. And another reason why is it's so quick.
The vaccine was made very quickly.
Very quick. That's another reason why
Okay.
I'm a bit hesitant about it.
Tell me about the time it takes to make a vaccine and how that affects things. Why do vaccines take a long time?
Research, and you gotta study it and research, right?
Okay. The study itself, I think a lot of the time that it takes, and here I'm going to be just like direct messaging, but hopefully you'll just allow that.
Right.
That the study itself is that you get a small group of people and you give it to them, and if none of them have really bad effects from it, you can say, all right, this is safe to use, so let's get a larger number of people and let's see how effective it is.
Okay.
And from that larger number, maybe it's 50,000 or 100,000 people, I don't know.
Right.
Then you can get that like 95% number.
Right.
It's that trial that the 95% number came from.
Okay.
If I have a shit ton of volunteers, could I do it faster? I think a lot of the cases of vaccines is that they take a long time to get 50,000 volunteers.
Yeah.
In this case, I think we had a shit ton that
Yeah.
were ready right now.
Right. Okay. I didn't think of it that way. See?
Yeah,
I
so
didn't think
that
of it
might
that
be
way.
that might be a way to speed up the research.
Okay.
I think another way to speed up the research is to have 10 times as many researchers working in parallel, and some of them might have an early breakthrough.
Is that what they did? They had just a bunch at one time, just.
Yeah, that's I think why we have AstraZeneca and Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, and I forget all the names of all the ones
Right.
that have actually been approved.
See, like, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't educated on that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, AstraZeneca is
I
not
didn't
here.
know
It's in Europe.
Right. I didn't know any of this.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my answer as to why it might be able to be similarly safe, even though accelerated.
Right,
And I'm not an
right.
expert in this stuff at all.
Okay. Yeah. Neither am I. That's why I'm like kind of
Yeah.
asking about it. But okay. I didn't know that.
Okay.
I didn't know that there was like volunteers taking it. That many volunteers taking it. I had no idea. So.
Yeah. Cool.
But,
All
okay.
right.
And just the other topic, just real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Trump. What was it? Trump being banned?
Oh yeah. Should Trump be allowed back on social media? Was another one of the questions that we posed.
Here's what I think about that. We're in America's a land of the free, right?
Yes.
We have freedom of speech.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like Twitter is freedom of speech. They should let him say what he wants.
Ah.
That's what I think about that.
Does freedom of speech relate to non-government?
Yeah, anything you want, like freedom of speech. Like in America, you have the right to the freedom of press.
Okay.
You can say what you want.
Okay. If I wanted to take an ad out in a local paper and I use terms that they would not allow me to use.
Like such as what?
Oh,
What kind
probably
of
things that would get me beat up.
Right.
You know, just call people slurs.
Yeah. No, that's
Okay, so
that's
I want
okay.
to put a bunch of racial slurs in an ad. Newspaper, should they allow me to do that or should they reject it?
They should reject that. But was Trump using racial slurs?
No, I'm just saying that
Oh,
there's a government versus private.
right.
Um,
No, I agree.
I'm
Yeah,
really
they
with
would
you.
reject it.
If I'm standing out here,
Yeah.
I got a lot of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
I'm out in the public space. I'm allowed to say anything that isn't like criminal for other reasons, like
Right.
defamation or inciting a riot or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck, right? There's some very clear exceptions.
Right.
I'm allowed to do everything but that. But on the internet, there isn't that public space.
Yeah.
I want there to be.
Yeah.
I want there to be total freedom of speech government Twitter,
Right.
where the rules are like the First Amendment rules, not like those of a private
Yeah.
organization.
And do you watch on YouTube? They're great. They're called First Amendment audits.
I've seen those.
You should watch them. They're really good. It's basically what they do is like when you stand. I didn't know this. When you stand out in public, when you're in a public space,
Yes.
and you take a picture of someone, that's legal. I didn't know that till watching those videos.
Yeah,
So
it's legal
that's
here.
called
It's not illegal in Europe.
Yeah, it's freedom of press. Anyway, but when it comes to Trump, yeah, that's a good point you brought up. Like, if you take out an ad and you put it, yeah, that's a good point. But was he really saying anything that crazy that he should have been banned from social media, or was he just speaking his mind?
I don't know what the rules should be for private companies.
Yeah.
I really would like if the internet had a place that was like this public park.
Yeah.
And I don't think there is one of those right now.
Right.
I don't think I can have freedom of... So I'm with you there.
Mine is like,
Well, the thing is, there's nothing to stop online from having public park level of freedom of speech,
right.
other than the government would have to make some rules, like they say, establish a park,
Right.
okay? Establish what the rules are for the public discourse.
Right.
Use those for that kind of space. I'd really like to have that space.
Right.
Yeah. So I've gone completely off script from street epistemology with you. You started by asking me a lot of questions. Usually I ask a lot, and I'm perfectly welcome. I perfectly welcome that swip.
The
That
thing
swap.
is, like, all these thoughts, I always keep to myself because I have a lot of friends who are, both. Vaccine about Trump or whatever, it always leads to a heated conversation. Always. It's usually them coming at me.
Yeah.
So it feels.
This whole hobby we're doing
Yeah.
is about learning to have unheated conversation.
Unheated. Hey, that's a good name, right? Unheated
conversation.
Unheated
Sure,
conversation.
absolutely.
Write that down. Okay.
Yeah.
Conversation. All right. I have
So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Grab a card.
Oh yeah.
We'd love to have future conversations with you in person or online.
this
We're
is
trying
great,
to do Wednesdays and Saturdays.
This is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna clean this up.
Thanks. He's also been Fauci'd, so I'm not worried actually about this one.
He's what?
He's also had his Fauci
Oh, you guys
ouchies.
did the Fauci shot? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sweet.
We took the easy route today.
The easy one is at the left side, or
The right.
oh, the right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, check. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, use a cool if I record and live stream and stuff.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, so do you know what we're doing here today? You kind of listened in to earlier before.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to practice this way of having a conversation called street epistemology.
Mm-hmm.
You can reset that to the middle. We'll get to that in a minute. Street epistemology is just a way of having conversations that's not heated. That's a more Socratic questioning style where we let someone bring a claim to us and we keep our opinions out of it unless people ask us. And help them think through the claim, what it is, clarify it, and why they potentially believe it.
Yeah.
And if those reasons are, if there's potentially the other, if this thing is true or not.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of get into it like that. Does that sound interesting? Something to do?
It does.
All right, cool. Did I get your first name?
My name is Eric.
Eric.
E-R-I-C.
My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Mhm.
Nice to meet you.
Want me to wear a mask?
I mean, honestly, I'm protected, so
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
it's up to you.
Okay, cool. Sweet. So did you want to talk about one of the topics there or something
Yeah, I
else?
saw you guys have one that says blank is the most important current issue.
Yes.
I want to argue that spirituality is the most important current issue.
Humans, like spirituality.
Just spirituality, new levels of consciousness, things of that nature.
Okay. Spirituality is the most important issue.
Mhm.
Okay. What is spirituality?
Yeah, okay. So I think there's a common misconception that spirituality is all about like crystals, and it's very monetized right now. At least personally I feel like that. But it's more about like sitting with yourself and understanding emotion on a different consciousness, understanding emotion on like a vibrational level versus anything that you can like control. It's really about releasing control versus money, or like I have this, therefore this will happen to me, or like I bought this or I practice this, therefore this will happen to me. It's more about like just a blind faith and like a vibrational frequency.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm getting that right. It's about helping you be like a better person in like the broadest sense.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to describe because it's so individual to every single person. So like your version of spirituality is going to be different than my version of spirituality, different than his, different than my friends. It all comes at different times, and it's all dependent on like what you've been through. So it's kind of hard to label what is other than like vibrational frequencies that can unlock just different things for you like in this world.
Okay. So if you're in line with your vibrational frequency, good things will more likely happen to you.
Yes, or things will happen to you that align you on the path where you're just meant to be the most happy version of yourself. And not even most happy, because I feel like happiness is an emotion that comes and goes. Just your most authentic, your most peaceful self.
So lots of benefits if you're
Yeah.
if you're like if you have a good spirituality, you'll have a lot of good benefits.
Yeah,
in your life.
yeah. You'll just feel at peace, moving through whatever it is. If you're angry, you'll still have that inner peace. If you're sad, you'll still have that inner peace. And even if you're happy, you're still gonna have that inner peace. Like emotions come and go. I feel like everyone tries to say that happiness is something that you can like obtain. And to an extent, I think it is. But you know, it's part of the human experience to experience emotions at different times. And sometimes you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be sad, or sometimes you're gonna experience grief or loss. And I think often humans, sorry, my train of thought kind of went out on me.
That's cool.
But I think often humans kind of like they think that the grass is greener if you work hard enough, or if you have a certain amount of things, when in reality your grass can be green regardless, and you could still be working towards those things while your grass is green. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like you don't want to pursue material gain in order to obtain happiness. Happiness and peace is available at this moment.
Yes.
So that type of thing.
Yeah, but also material gain is like, I feel like natural too.
Yeah, it helps. But
Yeah.
it's like it's not necessary to have material gain to be happy and at peace.
I would argue that
it's
sometimes it is.
But maybe as efficient is just being without material gain, having a good spirituality is a sufficient enough level of that to be satisfied in life.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I think if we bring astrology into the mix, that's where things like I wouldn't agree, because I know that if I have Scorpio placements, then I want like luxury. I want like a lot of shit. Can I pass this? Like, cool?
Sure.
I want like a lot of shit. So
If like,
well, no, it's not if you're a sign Scorpio. So basically, like, everyone has a birth chart. So where you're born, the exact degree, the time you were born in, and just like all of it determines your entire chart. So if you have Scorpio placements, say like my rising is in Scorpio, I'm naturally going to be more materialistic than other people who don't have that placement. You know what I'm saying?
because of where you were and when you were born, you're gonna
Yes.
have different personality.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's another whole other topic.
We could honestly talk about astrology if you want to.
I mean, that does seem more testable and concrete. This
Because
astrology
I could really
stuff.
get into it with astrology if you wanted to start there. Because it kind of all relates.
Yeah.
The frequencies is a bit higher level. It's a bit more philosophical, but astrology is more concrete for sure.
Okay, we can talk about, is astrology true
Okay.
as a
Okay.
question, and
Yeah.
and what do you mean by astrology?
Okay. So astrology is true. I'm gonna argue that, and I think that, I mean, at least in my life, regardless of whether or not you believe it, it's true to me. So astrology is true. The problem is that so many people don't think it's true because of specific things that they know about astrology. So like everyone knows their sign, right? That's like your birthday. So when is your birthday?
May 18th,
May 18th. Taurus?
is that right?
Is
Okay.
May 18th Taurus?
I think
Happy
so.
birthday.
I think so, that's right.
Happy birthday.
Oh, it's coming up soon.
It's
yeah.
coming up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're very like, Taurus are known for being like stubborn.
Yeah, now that you know that fact about when I was born,
Mhm.
are you more likely to assign me different personality types?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's not assign you personality
Or-
traits. It's more I'm gonna be thinking about
And-
certain things.
Infer.
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna be like,
personality.
okay, really what it does is it helps me communicate better with you. So
Does it?
yeah, so astrology, at least when it works on my end, is it will help me communicate better with you knowing that you're a Taurus. So like now that I'm in, I know that you're not gonna give me nearly half of the energy reciprocation or emotional reciprocation. You're not gonna get like excited about things when we're talking. You're gonna be very just like mellow. You're gonna be very mellow, very chill. And now that I know that about you, I'm not gonna expect you to be a certain way or to reciprocate me the way that I need to be reciprocated because you're a Taurus man.
But okay, so you're now describing certain personality traits that may be connected with people who are born in May and like or just
People
around in that
with
period.
men who have a sun sign in Taurus.
Okay.
So if we get deeper, if you were able to give me the time that you were born, I could pull up your birth chart and I could tell you about your life based on your birth chart. I could tell you the career that's going to make you the most happy. I could tell you your biggest insecurity or like your biggest trauma that you've been dealing with. I could tell you about how the way that your brain works. I could tell you about how you communicate with the earth. I could tell you how people perceive your energy.
This is what astrology claims it can do.
This is what it claims it can do, yes.
Yeah, is that true?
I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And astrology is the ability to pick up these differences in people and like tell based on their when they're born down to like the minute.
It's, yeah, down to the minute.
Yeah.
So it changes every 4 minutes.
It changes every 4 minutes.
Every 4 minutes. And you have to be in the exact, like, you have to know the exact point on the earth, on the globe, where you were born for it to be the most accurate. Accurate. Sorry, I say I say it weird, but
it depends on when you are where you are on the globe because time is different in different parts of the globe.
Mhm.
Yeah, like what's the astrology like?
You know, I really don't know about the time zones. I really just think, what else were you gonna go by? You know, like astrology can be interpreted as a clock. So I don't know if you've heard of like the Age of Aquarius.
Maybe.
So Age of Aquarius is the new wave. That's kind of why things feel so politically charged as of late. We're all collectively questioning ideas. We're all thinking of new and better ways to implement just social practice and just like all of that is coming because the Age of Capricorn is so Capricorn is all about working hard for your money. So if you can tie corporate capitalism with Capricorn, kind of makes it a bit easier. Things are kind of shifting. Age of Aquarius is coming in. The year after Aquarius is Pisces. Not necessarily going to be next year, but the next era is the Pisces era, which is all about the ideas and implementing them and creating ability.
Okay, that's a whole another tangent we could go down to.
Yeah.
So for astrology,
It runs deep.
what's a way to like put astrology on like a tweet size? If you could, I could clarify, and rather than saying astrology,
Just what it is.
what is astrology like tweet size?
Honestly, I think it's a science. I think it's a science, and I think it's
Just
a
people's
science that combines faith and practicality.
the science and practicality.
Yeah, it's I think honestly one of the few that
But how does that science combining faith and practicality relate to people when they were born?
Because everyone has their own personal birth chart. So the way that you operate in this world is going to be different from the way I operate in this world, right?
Okay. Let me try to find. How about this?
Mm.
Was your personality influenced by the location of any celestial objects when you were born?
Celestial objects?
Stars, yeah. Star
Yes.
signs.
By planets, yeah.
Yeah, like it's like the relationship between where the stars are and when you're born, and that relationship.
Yeah.
Is that what astrology claims is super central and important for people?
You know, there's different levels. Get it on a wider scale, that make it important to. I think that's why you're like focused on it. Is that would make it important to you, right?
I'm just wondering what's the mechanism for causing people to be different personalities.
It's so it would be planetary alignment. So just like where Saturn is when you were born, and the relation between Saturn and like literally where you were born.
Yeah, it's like, how does the star's location and when we're born relate to our personality?
Well, so let's talk about like planets, right?
Yeah.
Saturn, Mercury, each planet rules a different thing. So Mercury rules communication.
Is that true?
I mean, honestly, I believe it is, yeah. So like right now, Mercury is in Gemini, so everyone has been feeling very like kind of like talkative. Everyone wants to kind of argue and break things down, and that's as a collective. So like these planets can rule things as a collective.
How does the planets relate to us being talkative?
So that's right. Okay, so you have to think about things a bit
How
abstract.
does that cause us to be different?
So if Mercury, the communication, enters Gemini,
I'm confused. How did Mercury become the planet of communication?
that's just like that's the science. That's the science part. Like that's just something that we believe to be true.
That's a claim. Why is that true?
Physical thing. But if I believe it to be true,
What do you mean, metaphysical thing?
well, I mean, how can you prove that? You know, you can't prove that Mercury is the planet of communication.
I don't think I have reason to believe planets have anything to do with humans' personalities or like communication. They're planets. They're just like chemistry and bodies of mass floating around in space, far away.
Mhm.
If they weren't even there, we probably wouldn't even notice it. I don't even understand how this relates to human personalities.
I mean, it can help you. It helped me unlock things, helped me understand people better. That's like how it has helped me. I don't know how it could help you, or if you are just at a point where you feel like it couldn't.
I'd love to be able to understand people better. And if there is some causal relationship between planets and human personalities, I'd like to be able to predict who I'm talking to and how to like have a better relationship with people.
Yeah. Okay.
So how could we tell it was actually true that the planets have, and when we're born, have anything to do with our personalities?
I mean, like, how would you? Like, what would you? Okay, we could talk about ancient culture.
What do you mean?
We could talk about how Greek gods or different ancient Egyptian gods have connection to specific planets. And we could talk about what those gods represent to large communities. And we could talk about all the things that they did to worship those specific gods for these specific.
Are these untrue?
You can't prove that any god is real or true.
What do you mean?
You can't prove that Jesus is real or true. You can't prove that the Bible is real or true. People are still think it's true.
Should we believe things because people say they whatever?
I think
They're
people
true?
I think people should believe in whatever they think makes life easier for them. Whatever that life or whatever belief system that brings them the most peace, that's what people should believe in. Or it's really a personal thing.
So for me, and just believe whatever brings them the most peace.
Why not?
It's a question to talk about. What is truth?
What is peace? Because I think if you're asking
The
question before was
Yeah.
the question before was should everyone believe that what it is makes them peaceful is true? Why not?
Yeah.
If everyone in their own version of peace, why does it matter? Why does it matter what you're doing and what I'm doing? Why does it matter?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what we mean by true, and if we even care about what's true.
Well, why do we
people.
have to define truth?
Why do we have to define truth?
If I'm peaceful and you're peaceful.
Well, there is difference between people claiming things are the case and actually things being the case. Potentially, like God's existing.
Do you feel like I projected anything of what I've been saying onto you or your life this whole time?
I think you ascribe to me certain personality traits.
And have I been wrong though? You completely not wanting to let in this other ideology, or at least you maybe not completely letting it in, but you're very just chill, don't really care, not really giving emotions, and kind of stubborn. Those are typical traits of a Taurus man, and that's just surface level. That's just surface level. So if I knew your moon sign, or if I knew all these others, I'm sure I could tell you about yourself too. But from what you gave me, this is the thing that I have, and so far it's true.
So far, it's true.
So far it's true. At least to me, in my perception, what I'm experiencing with you right now is true to me.
What would I need to be like in order to disconfirm that I'm a Taurus? Or that astrology is even a thing to even care
There's
about?
no way that you could, because I haven't seen your birth chart.
How would I need to be different attributing traits to me?
I don't think astrology can falsely attribute personality traits because everything can be interpreted differently. There's shadow and there's a light.
There's no false result for astrology assignments of personality?
Honestly, I don't think there is.
Then how do we tell if it's actually accurate? If everything confirms, no matter what people are like, it can just assign people.
Well,
certain things?
why would you have to label it as something that's accurate? You know
Yeah,
what I'm
this
saying?
get-
Like
this-
that's
this
it's the
get-
thing. Like
yeah, this
why
gets
would
to the
you-
question of
yeah, like what's the purpose? Like because
facts.
yeah, science is a tool. If we look at astrology as a tool, right?
A tool for what?
Faith is a tool. All these things, they're all tools. They're not.
To
I don't
understand
believe
people?
to understand people. Like I said, it helps me communicate with people better. It helps me understand people better.
Is it the
helps
best
me-
way to do that?
Honestly, if it works for me, it works for me. If it helps me not internalize things in my
Works.
everyday life,
What do you mean
then
by
it works for me.
works?
So, if I have abandonment issues or communication issues, right, that relates to trauma that I've experienced in my life, and it's understand that some people a big way, it will help me my trauma from the way that I'm communicating with people in my life, right? It'll help me separate those things from
What do you mean?
let's say I have abandonment issues, right?
Uh-huh.
And there's this person and they're acting a certain way that are triggering my abandonment issues.
Okay.
So now I'm in my head thinking that this is just the same thing playing over, right?
Okay.
Now, if I have astrology and astrology helps me understand, like, actually this person is just gonna be like this, or this is just how this person's gonna be naturally, it helps me separate my trauma from that person to look at my trauma as one thing, in turn healing myself. So regardless of what it does for the collective, or regardless of what astrology does for you, astrology is gonna help me in the way that astrology needs to help me. You know, like it's an individual thing. And it goes back to spirituality. Spirituality is an individual thing.
Astrology claims that people are naturally
People can be naturally
evil?
no.
Or just
no.
just bad?
No. So it's not trauma is projected, right? So if I'm
Okay.
projecting my abandonment issues onto those people, that's all I'm gonna feel from them. But if I can learn about their chart and learn like, oh, he's a Taurus man, he's just gonna be stubborn and questioning me the whole time,
Uh-huh.
then it's like I'm not gonna take anything that you're doing right now to heart because that's just who you are.
Oh, I have no control over my personality. I am determined by the star relationships. in
I
my
think
birth.
some things in your core can be.
Okay.
You can change yourself and you can be who you want to be with any single person. You can change yourself with him, you can change yourself when you're talking to him, you can change yourself when talking to me.
So people have
But at
like
the end of the day, you could have when you're just sitting in your most natural state and you're just core, you're just here.
the authentic natural state
Yeah.
is what astrology describes. But
Mhm.
people can change from their natural state.
I think to an extent, I don't think that you can change in any way that's gonna make you not a Taurus man. Because I think that you're just always gonna have those attributes.
And those attributes come from where? How do we know what attributes relate to what?
Well, that's when you have to get into the birth
Sign.
chart. So you have to read the birth chart. You have to.
Who made the birth charts, and where did the information from the birth charts come from?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I just know that I have my resources that I use, that I trust,
Why do you trust them?
because they're true to me, because I've read about myself and I've been that critic when I did it all those years ago, and now I'm understanding how my birth chart affects me and how my birth chart makes me special and unique, and I can take that and share that knowledge with other people to show them how they're special and unique.
Can people have their own truth?
100%. Everyone has their own truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Astrology,
for example, with
Yeah,
some
go ahead.
Tic Tacs,
Go ahead.
let's say there's hypothetically either an even or odd number of Tic Tacs in here, and we counted and said it's even, we're very sure. And then someone comes up to the table and says, "Man, I think there's an odd number here." Is anyone in this situation mistaken? Or
No.
could we all be right? Could we all have our own truth about the number of Tic Tacs in here?
Well, I mean, if you've been watching it, I guess if you kept in your pocket knowing that it has been even, sure.
Yeah. If the person who came up and said it's odd said it's my truth that there's an odd number of Tic Tacs in here, but we think it's even, is there a way
But I don't
to
think that
resolve
I don't
this
think that
conflict?
analogy applies, because I don't think anyone would do that over a thing of Tic Tacs. You know what I'm saying? Like we would have to be practical. Like, yeah, you can pull your analogies, but is anyone going to come to the table and really sit here and argue like it's my truth that that's happening?
You should. Well,
I mean, I don't like,
check out
because someone could
videos.
come up and someone could be like, someone could have ate something out of there. Someone could have had one.
The
right?
number could have been different.
I wouldn't know. Would you know? If you kept it in your pocket all the time, you would know.
It's just either the case, it's either even or odd right now, and someone's mistaken. Is that a way to tell?
No.
What is a good way to think about
No,
truth?
I think if you use this analogy, that establishes an uneven power balance, because you know something to be true that someone else is just going to come up and they're going to have to figure it out. So like, if in that analogy you hold power because those are your Tic Tacs and you know the answer.
The way to resolve
Someone
it is,
else could just walk up and then you could be like, "Oh, I know this thing to be true. What do you think?" And then they could be arguing their truth, but at the end of the day, you still hold that power, right?
Yeah, that is a kind of
Power over that, therefore it must be true.
I think the power comes from the investigation.
Okay.
And the results from the investigation.
Okay.
That anyone could do if they wanted to investigate.
Okay.
And then they could have the power of truth.
Okay.
And I'd love to understand how we could investigate astrology in that way. Like, we can test the number of Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
By counting.
Yeah.
What's a good way to investigate astrology about it being the case?
I could read your birth chart, but all that would depend on whether or not you would be open to being true and intimate. That's all that it would depend on, because I could tell you all these things and you could still sit there and be like, no, that's not true, because you could have blockages, you could have trauma in your life that prevent you from seeing that version of yourself.
What would it mean for astrology not to be true? How would the world need to be different? Hypothetically.
I think people would have to learn to separate emotion from their physical being, from their human body. I think people have inside your physical body.
How does that relate to astrology being true or not?
Because you just asked, I think, what the world would have to do to be able to accept something like astrology.
No.
Because really,
what would the world need to look like in order for astrology to be false?
To be false.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe astrology to be false, so I don't know. I don't know what that would look like.
Feel free to use your imagination. How would the world need to look different? How would the world need to be completely different in order for astrology to be false?
We would all have to be buying into dogma. We would all have to be buying into one collective belief that everyone just accepts to be true.
We'd all have to buy into one dogma?
But that
we'd all have to believe something else that's not astrology.
Yes. So we would all have to believe in one way of knowing.
Could we just be believing astrology is false? That be mistaken, and actually it is true? What would make it reasonable to think that astrology is false if we found that thing?
I see what you're saying. I honestly don't think there is anything. I really don't think that there is anything that could disprove the knowledge that astrology has, because the problem, or I don't want to say it's a problem. I think it's just a consciousness. I think everyone looks at astrology as one thing. I think, and even you look at astrology as one thing. Like how could the planets, how could these balls of gas affect my personality? How could things affect my personality? Whatever.
Yeah.
How does it affect me?
Yeah.
But what the collective doesn't realize is there's so many layers to astrology that even you believing that is you blocking yourself from all these other things that it could help you with. All it is a tool. It's not a belief system. It's not anything. It's a tool to help you learn more about yourself, to help you learn more about what makes you feel good when you go home at night, what makes you sleep better, all these things. It helps you understand your dreams. It helps you understand like your true passions outside of projected trauma. It could be projected trauma from your family, projected trauma from your neighbors, all these things. It really helps you sit with your core. And I see how you could say like you would never know that to be true, but if you resonate with what your birth chart tells you,
Yeah.
then it's true to you.
That's what I'm hearing you say. It claims a bunch of things.
Yeah.
And if you believe those things to be the case, then that could potentially help you as a tool in your life.
Yeah.
And one way to test the potential claims that it's making is the way it resonates with you.
Yes.
If it resonates good, it's true. If it resonates well with you, then you can use it as a tool to do stuff in your life.
No, I would say yeah.
Is whatever resonates with you a good way to tell if something is the case?
I think
or not?
discernment is really important.
What do you mean?
Discernment is being able to tell, that's not for me, this is for me. That's not for me, this is for me. I do believe that, 100%. I do believe that you have the power to create your own reality, 100%.
Okay, so let's say we find a chart and it claims something about me,
And
I discern the chart. Does that
chart. So why would you put all of your faith in me to tell yourself? When I'm just trying to give you the tools to tell you about you, so you could tell yourself about yourself.
If X and I interpret it as not X, could that be the case?
Yeah.
Like
because it doesn't matter to me.
Like with the tic tacs, like even or on.
Yeah.
If you interpret something from my chart as the case, and I interpret it as absolutely not the case, how does that make astrology reliable to find out about ourselves?
it doesn't matter to me whether or not that resonates with you. There's so many other things that could be in the way. That I know nothing about you. I know nothing about your life. I know nothing about your experiences. So for you to reject something that I believe in is not going to make me reject what I believe in because I believe in it. It helped me. You know what I'm saying?
Just because you merely attribute that it helps you to it being to astrology, does that make it true? And should we believe things because they... Should we...
What is it hurting? Like does it give me an example where someone just minding their own business and being in their peace is gonna hurt the collective or hurt?
I want to have accurate information about people's personalities.
Why do you need to have accurate information about my personality?
So I can have a better relationship with you potentially.
Okay, so if
I have no reason.
So if I read your birth chart,
birth charts are accurate.
Okay, so if I read your birth chart and it does resonate, you could still say it's not true, even if it resonated, because it's still helping me understand you better. So if you want to not, you know what I'm saying? Like,
how does it relate to me, my personality at all? How does it know anything about me? The chart can go fuck itself.
The chart can go fuck itself, but I'm not gonna do it. Like, I'm not gonna fuck that chart. Like, the chart is sacred to me.
Why should you believe
like,
anything about me from the chart?
Because it's based off of your exact location when you were born. It's based off your parents. It's based off of your family lineage. All that plays a role.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's proven. I mean, I haven't proven it. I don't have information to tell you or data to tell you right now, like sources, but I know that your parents and their charts influence your chart as well.
How do you know that?
I don't have resources, but I know that that's something that is true.
Okay.
Like, I don't have sources that I could tell you, but like I know that's true.
Well, I love conversations like this. Eric, do you come to the park often?
Kind of. We're out here. Oh, I know where we went.
Where you go?
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Okay,
But
go.
yeah, we're out here like
Every day or so?
not every day, probably like once a week.
Well, we're gonna try to be here often, and we love to like give people one of these little puzzle pieces as a gift to like help them think about the conversation, remember it, and
Yeah.
potentially come back and get another piece.
You know, I really don't like towards men because you guys are so hard to budge. I really would love to read your birth chart at some point. I feel like it'd be so funny.
Could you bring me a birth chart? and we
I
could
really
talk about
could.
it?
I really could. If you could, do you know what time you were born? Could you find that out?
I could find it. Yeah.
Here, you could take my number and I'll send it to you, and you could read it yourself, and I wouldn't even have to say anything.
Well, I want to have more content and conversations.
Oh,
with more
perfect.
people. If
Okay.
you see me again,
Okay,
I
then
wanna-
maybe, yeah,
wanna
then maybe
talk
I will
about
read it to you.
So I'd love for that to happen, and my information's on the card. You can contact me
Perfect.
there.
Perfect.
I'll try to be here Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds
around the same
good.
time. And feel free to take a puzzle piece if you want one. Come back and get
Aw,
another piece, and you can build out the whole set.
I want a
And-
yellow one.
And you can come back 2 more times, and we'll pop the
I'm
whole
feeling
thing.
yellow today.
Love
Thank
it.
you. Are these stickers?
They are stickers.
Can I take
Epistemology
one?
stickers. Yeah, sure.
Yay! Thank you.
Appreciate the conversation.
day.
Thank you too.
Have a good one.
See ya. Bye.
I'll see you soon.
Bye.
I so wish I could keep my nails like yours.
Yeah.
I do too much boat fiberglass. My nails get all fucked up.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Oh my. Astrology triggers the fuck out of me. Yes, you did. Oh my god. Zen. Oh man. Failed there. I failed.
I was only able to hear about 80% of that.
I got super triggered at the
You
end. Yeah.
Oh, cool! I totally want to watch that then.
Yeah. I told what did I say? I said the chart can go fuck itself.
Oh shit! Oh wow!
Oh my god.
So I need to decide whether I've only ever seen you triggered in a way that I remembered one other time,
Uh-huh.
and I'll have to decide when I review this video whether the other time or this one was bigger for me.
Okay. Yeah. What other?
And by the way,
Yeah.
your 10 is like a
Which triggers me.
I hear you. I'm with you. I haven't actually personally felt very victimized by that particular thing.
It's too
One of the things
stupid
is,
to feel victimized from.
I have chosen mostly to not share my birthday.
I know I should never share your birthday with an astrologer. Have them try to test some way to tell what you are without knowing what you are.
Yeah. We could so set that up, by the way. We could set that up on Discord. Ask for a dozen volunteers who have not disclosed their birthday or sign or anything else to come into a room, and you can ask them any questions you want. 12 of them. Ask them any questions you want,
Yeah, yeah.
and they are primed to not give you their birth date, but they'll answer everything else honestly.
Okay, yeah. That's one way to test.
And you should be able to get, you know, better than twice as good as dice, or
Well,
you ain't got shit.
I mean, I did that test one time with that one person who said astrology was true, and like I thought there's one potential like specific like term for the carnival name about it. Something. What is it? It's yeah. It's like the Barnum effect or something.
Sure, Barnum effect. Yeah.
Barnum effect. Yeah.
Barnum statements.
Barnum statements.
Yes.
Yeah. Barnum. A little heat. I think my phone overheated. Hang on.
Hot help? Something like that. Okay. You could also hang a mask on the back of it, which would really. It's not hot. It's not hot. Okay. Probably just it just cranked. Good thing you're not confused about what the other event was.
What are you talking about?
The other event where you were triggered.
I don't know what that is.
When the stream failed in Palm Springs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a little triggering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I totally get why you were triggered.
Yeah. Is it working now? It should be working now again. Yeah, it's the most.
Today we're doing interviews.
Yeah, I was pushing it.
So did I assume it fell down?
Yeah, that's a good question. I need bluesy vibes to chill.
and recently been having cables that give little enough throughput to not keep up with the tablet playing on YouTube or something. So I'll end up with the phone's been plugged in or tablet's been plugged in for hours and it's losing ground.
Yeah, blue screen of death.
Oh wait, blue screen now?
No, just that's my background, and when there's no camera, it's a blue screen.
Right, that makes sense. Okay.
But it's back now.
Okay.
I could narrate another book of Plato's The Republic as I read it.
Are those narrations worthy of recording and producing or publishing?
What?
Would those narrations be worthy of publishing?
No. Maybe. But there's a bunch of audiobooks versions of it. I just do it to better retain the information.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to do it at all.
Yeah. Summarizing the Bible, it worked so well for me that I can tell you chapter and verse where every story is in all the books that I read.
Nice.
I can compare Genesis 19 with Judges 19 and the 18s in each case that led up to them.
You know it that well?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Just from one pass with, well, I mean, the thing is, I knew the Bible really well before, and it was actually a deep dig through the Pentateuch that broke my faith. I know exactly when my Deuteronomy 4:2.
What is that about?
Don't add anything to this
right,
law. And then in the same book proceeds to add twice as much as what had come before.
Okay.
I was doing a really deep study in the Hebrew and the English with the all the books open.
Nice.
And I finished Deuteronomy, but meh. And then of course, I think it was, on the order of 12 months before I was admitting to myself I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
I went through a whole thing of like trying to redefine God till I could accept it.
Yeah, here's a as I was reading The Republic, I was making highlights.
Yeah.
And here's one criticism that I hear a lot from apologists that someone gave to Socrates.
Excellent.
I know, he said, so that Socrates can carry on as usual. He gives no answer himself, and then when someone else does give one, he takes up the argument and refutes it. So he doesn't really say something is the case. He just questions them and refutes that through questions.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
If Socrates was never willing to have the tables turned, I could see that as a problem.
Yeah, but then later on he gives tons of arguments about authoritarian uses of city laws and stuff. So it's kind of.
Oh yeah, and he's pro-slavery and a bunch of shit.
And that it's good for the education of soldiers to sleep with teenage boys.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a
for the education of soldiers.
Yeah, it's good for their education.
Education.
And philosophy and music, or music and poetry. Plus,
That's just a connection there.
Wow. Here's a good clarifying question. It says, I must first understand you, for I don't yet know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's what we say all the time.
Absolutely. We are doing interviews today. I'll jump right out of this seat.
Okay, wow.
It's the building, and then there's 9 single family homes.
Oh yeah, I like this quote. But if, on the other hand, we investigate the question as we've been doing, by seeking agreement with each other, we ourselves can be both jury and advocates at once.
I think I saw that quote this morning on the Discord. Did
Yeah,
you put that in?
I put that in the ethics.
That was you? Yeah.
So it's like, as long as we're going through it
Yeah.
one piece by piece, we can be both jury and advocates at once. Even if we're, we want to advocate for something, that's fine.
I was doing a one-on-one SE session with somebody yesterday. By the way, that happens a lot. People hit us up, and they're not ready to go be public about it, and they want a private session. We do that. And I just digressed and lost my train of thought.
Jury advocates.
Jury advocate, yes. At the end, I was saying, you got me really thinking. And I said, and I hope this felt a lot more like helping you lift a box than arm wrestling.
Oh, nice.
And they, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of talk about justice and injustice in the first book.
Mm-hmm. We're doing interviews today. I'll totally jump out of this seat.
And by the end of the first book, the classic claim, hence the result of the discussion, as far as I'm concerned, is that I know nothing. For when I don't know what justice is, I'll hardly know whether it is a kind of virtue or not, whether a person who has it is happy or unhappy.
Yeah.
The end of book 1.
Yeah, SE is like a bumper that knocks you off the ends and pushes you toward the middle somewhere. Although, not about everything. I find myself, first of all, I find myself in the minority in that my scale goes higher than most people's. I tend to think of things as, there's my first notch of confidence, there's my second notch of confidence, my third notch of confidence is down there.
It's exponential.
It's exponential, yeah. I'm working off sigma. And maybe that's just the way I look at the math of it. It doesn't matter. It totally doesn't matter. And there's a bunch of things that I've talked to with SE with people that I have not pulled down from Six Sigma, which is as high as I go. Yesterday in practice on the Chatterbox, I had someone come in with the claim that 40% of people who believe in the globe Earth believe so for bad reasons.
Wait, what? 40%?
40% of the people who believe that the Earth is a globe believe so for bad reasons.
They did a poll about it?
No, that was just their opinion, that it was about 40%.
Someone claimed that, or who claimed that?
This was a claim that was brought in.
From someone?
Yeah, someone brought in the claim.
Just the average person doesn't believe the Earth is a globe for good reasons?
Right. 40% of the people who believe the Earth is a globe was the question, and it could be anywhere from 30 to 50%. It's very round numbers. Because most of the people only believe the Earth is a globe because they were taught it in school and don't have any further information, and that's not a good enough reason to believe in the globe.
It was merely asserted from authority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And as you might expect, what we got down to was that that just learning something from school should lead you to some confidence, and their idea was that if the only reason you think something was true was because you were taught it in school, that you should be no more than 60% confident.
Okay.
Okay. That's not my calibration, but I get the idea. So we have had somebody waiting to interview more than half the time of the last 3 interviews.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some people leave.
Oh, like people have been waiting once someone is starting to talk.
Yeah, at one point there was actually 2 people online,
Oh wow.
and they didn't wait it out.
Yeah.
One of them did, but that's fine. Especially if we're back here on a really regular basis, that's going to work out just fine.
There was one anecdote. Socrates is talking about the ancestor of Gyges of Lydia and the power that he possessed because of a ring that when he,
We're doing interviews today. I'll totally clear the seat out for you.
as if he had gone. So there's a whole story about rings turn you invisible even before the Lord of the Rings. I didn't know about that.
Cool.
That's pretty cool.
I think invisibility is a superpower, probably really early fiction.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Just remember, if fiction stays around long enough, it becomes scripture.
Mm-hmm.
Scientology would be a good short-term example. Or the lampoon of Scientology, which was Stranger in a Strange Land, which was also taken up and a church was formed called the Church of All Worlds. And I know several of the people in the Church of All Worlds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And when I say no, I mean biblically. Anyway. But we're just off on scripture now.
And here's like a central claim from Plato talking through Socrates about his city. He's saying we aren't all born alike, but each of us differs somewhat in nature from the others, one being suited to one task, another to another. So it's like we're all born to do one thing in life, the best. Each one of us.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And the most important role is the guardians in the city, the soldiers, the police.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. The work of the guardians is the most important, he says. It requires the most freedom from other things and the greatest skill and devotion.
Interesting. Huh.
They talk about how cities come into being and that once you get a big enough city, you need guardians of the city in order for the whole city to work.
Yes.
Because people get into like disputes and you need people to force contracts and stuff.
Yes.
So the guardians and all that is the most important.
Yep. Was that a guardian who wrote that?
Then they get
I'm
into,
on staff on a Discord.
Yeah.
I understand what it's like to be very self-important.
Yeah. Then they go into, well, a guardian is a potential, if they're really good at guarding and like war and soldiering and stuff, then why would they subjugate the people in the city? So then they're saying they need to find a character that is both gentle and high-spirited at the same time. They need to be like gentle to subjects in the city,
Yes.
but high-spirited, like able to be really good combat skills for people on the outside.
Okay.
And then they use the analogy of a dog to talk about that being a possibility. First, they're like,
Sure.
well, people aren't like that, but when they're like,
Well, sure they are.
but dogs are really, high-spirited. But
Howdy. We're doing interviews. I'll be happy to jump out of this chair.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see lots and lots and lots of evidence of people having very selective loyalties that are very firm. I mean, felony level firm.
Yeah.
No problem.
But then the later books 3 and 4, are talking about how to best educate children.
Okay.
And he's talking about how they need to supervise the storytellers, like super heavy censorship on art and poetry.
Right.
And they give so many examples of old Greek, stories of like the gods being not perfectly just and virtuous.
Yeah.
And they're like, we can't have that, but the soldiers will then like try to be like the gods, and that'll fuck up the city. Because it's the priority of educating the soldiers right first. So they have to have really good art, stories and poetry and all that. In order
art that is censored is propaganda.
Yeah,
so they need really good propaganda.
They need really good propaganda in order to have really good soldiers, in order for the city to be really good.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. The young can't distinguish what is allegorical from what isn't, and the opinions they absorb at that age are hard to erase and apt to become unalterable. For these reasons, then, we should probably take the utmost care to ensure that the first stories they hear about virtue are the best ones for them to hear. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's super authoritarian.
That's super authoritarian. Yeah. I was with them until they had to end therefore. Yes, I completely agree that young people cannot tell the difference between allegory and fiction or reality or any of those things. Good evidence to believe that people raised in religious
And then the last book is about the quality of the poetry and stuff, like a certain style, like with meter and like different versions of things. Like there's a certain way that's better than the others based on math or something. It's weird.
Sure. Sure. The Pythagoreans would absolutely reject our current 12-tone musical scale.
Oh, it's not even.
Because it's imprecise. The C to G, the roughly half an octave.
Okay.
It is wrong because of approximation, and we are very happy with that approximation. But a musician can totally tell the difference, and the Pythagoreans would say it is really good for the soul to hear the tones of a string and a half string length just alternated. They would just listen to the chord.
Just back and forth 2 tones?
Yeah, just pluck, pluck. Oh, that was...
Was that this one?
Was that this one? I think I saw a flash on it. Was that one running? And is it hot?
I would tell you immediately, put it in your Coinbase. I would have called you and said, yo, bro, make it, put it down now. You know, you finish it. That guy, relate to the body. You know, I feel like now I feel right. Like, you know, sometimes you gotta slow down before you go fast, you know?
All right.
I assume these also have internal batteries?
Yes.
Okay. I also assume that those internal batteries aren't long enough to run for 4 hours? Would you like me to make it a sweat hat thing that will keep the sun off of it?
I don't think it's the heat. I think it's not that hot.
Okay. I'm gonna not busk until you get that fixed.
Yeah, people say they like an open chair. Move the other chair, Dolly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that feedback.
Sure.
I'm thanking them.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You're just a conduit.
I am the conduit. I'm the messenger. It's just our podcast.
Huh?
What? Why?
Or either one. Why and what? About.
We like to do it to practice this way of having conversations called street epistemology.
Oh.
It's just a fun thing to do, get people's perspective on stuff and help them think through things.
Oh, cool. I might have to answer this. Probably.
Okay, we'll be here. Did my phone just die? Nope. Is this still getting power? Later. I'm okay, thanks. Any it?
taking interviews today if you've got a few minutes.
Finally. There we go. Huh. Now I have to reset the date and time.
That was a lot of lossage.
Yeah.
If you had repeated failures, would you know which cameras those were in? If you had a camera repeating, do you track them?
The footage is still there.
I just mean,
Yeah.
if one of these started failing, would you know which one it was, or do you swap them around just? Because I was not careful as to setting one to the other.
I'd have to tell from the back LED screen where this one little, it should be blinking red, right? Is that blinking red?
Yes.
Yes, it has to be doing that.
It's kind of a heartbeat on, heartbeat off level of the blink, the slow blink.
Yeah, this is at 4% battery.
Oh.
So
Maybe it's a bad cable.
maybe it's, but it's charging again now.
Okay. Perhaps I had this I don't know.
Maybe.
I feel pretty secure in there.
It's 79 degrees, PJ. I also put the stinger on my sound pad. I should play this at the beginning of every interview, right after we do rapport. All right, now we're getting into the interview, so stinger.
And the stinger's the end of vibing?
Yeah, the end of the vibing. That might be super distracting. And if they don't even have headphones on, it's pointless. It's whatever.
In a practice session, I could see that being very helpful.
Having like a sound pad thing?
Yeah, and I could set up sound pads on my thing to where I could set up sound pads for specific points. Probably have something at thank you for the conversation. Probably have something at consent. And
To indicate they did it, or what? They did it right?
so imagine that I had somebody checking it off on a whiteboard. Boom. When they checked it off, that's when it would be. When there was a recognition that this thing has been completed, click.
Okay. So they were like Pavlovian conditioning people.
Yeah, but it's after.
Okay. Oh, it's
Looking for that thing. Okay, now we can switch to the next thing
Okay, okay.
in the sequence. Now, this is totally for basic. You know, I focus on basic.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious that I'm the guy focusing on the basic.
Uh-huh.
That comes from the juggling. I'm really good at the basics, and I can't even do 5 ball. As I'm used to. I wonder if we could get somebody to install a fake palm tree. Cell tower. Fake palm tree 5G action.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm could have a Starlink.
Yes.
Oh, let's see which way. Where's the tree? Move it over here.
Yeah, we don't have the best visibility.
Yeah, we'd have. Yeah. Yeah, there's too many trees right now.
But I assume it's gonna get cheaper over time.
Don't care if it does.
Yeah, it's fine now.
$100 a month?
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes. $200 a month? Okay. Yeah, still.
Wasn't there supposed to be a Star Hopper thing today?
There is a Star Hopper thing today. And you can tell how much I love you at SE that I'm not over there watching it.
Yeah, is it? Let's check their
There's a
YouTube.
live stream. I haven't seen whether it's actually flying.
Let me just go to SpaceX. SpaceX isn't live yet, so
Okay.
it's still on the ground. What do I hear myself?
Did you just open up the video?
I don't know what happened. I think when I started watching a YouTube video, the iPad thought I wanted to hear something, so it turned the volume back up, but I also had a Safari window open
I see.
with the stream. Yeah, so the guy about the coronavirus and the restrictions and stuff, he just started asking you a bunch of questions.
Yeah, I never got to the SE, but I had an SE adjacent conversation.
Yeah.
He asked me a whole bunch of questions, so I kept my direct messages just to the what did I know and kept my opinions mostly out of it and like that. And we had it worked out great.
Hello.
I got the aporia and the change of confidence, so good to go.
Yeah, that'd be a...
And obviously positive report.
Yeah, one of these days, I want to just do... some type of comparison. Would I even get better results doing that way? I assume it would be no. I just want to see what happens. But then that might...
Doug is playing that.
What do you mean?
Doug is on the edge.
He is on the edge, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's demonstrating for me the edge of how far you can push it.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets a 10% failure rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I go halfway to Doug, that's my goal. I want a 5% failure rate.
Yeah.
And I don't want to overshoot. If I had to choose between 5 and 3, I'll take 3. No, if I had to choose between 5 and 7, sorry, between 7 and 3. I would take 3. A whole lot of people walking up this hill. I think I perceive that their focus is like 50 meters that way.
Yeah.
I have a goal.
And you said you found the cooler thing, the water cooler bottle.
Yes, Kimberly.
You found it.
Did she not bring that to you? I thought she brought that to you the last time we brought you your... No.
No.
Okay. It's a blue round oval. Yeah. I'll try to tag her and ask her to...
Even though that adds weight.
Adds a lot of bulk.
Yeah.
I mean, the water adds weight. The ice adds...
Yeah, it's
an issue.
The water and the ice and the whole thing. Is it even worth it?
Well, let's compare today to other days and see if it seems to matter in our busking.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a net benefit in the community welcoming thing.
Yeah.
So it's only an N of 1, but I remember in Palm Springs, one of the people standing off to the side saying, "Wow, you should buy him a Starbucks and for the thing." And I'm thinking, okay, well, all right, not usually, but I'll buy you a Starbucks. You're gonna go, oh no. Probably not worth it then.
I love the beard.
How's it going? Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to do an interview real quick?
I'd love to interview.
All right, sweet.
Howdy. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing...
Don't worry, I'll wipe off some of my sweat. I gotta.
That's okay. And if you want to, you can use those.
Perfect. You got the wipes and everything over here.
Got the wipes and everything.
Third person to interview with.
That-
3 people.
Like
a little podcast.
Or is there just 2 mics?
There's 2 mics. Now, I would be totally interested to do that, provided that you were bringing the same claim.
Okay.
And I knew you agreed on the claim together.
Yeah.
He's going to address whatever y'all say, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then one right after the other is also good.
Oh, for sure.
So.
I was going to mention is do you think Bitcoin's a good investment?
Do I think Bitcoin's a good investment?
Yeah.
I suppose if you're looking long term or short term. I mean, like short term, you might be able to make a few thousand a day. But
Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're on the different paths.
But long term would be good. Like I think it'd be good long term. All right.
Okay. Is that the claim you'd like to bring?
Oh, I mean, any claim?
You can bring anything you like. You can choose anything you like, as long as it's like something about that you believe is true about the world, or something that you believe is true we should do. Normative and moral claims are okay. Fact claims are okay.
Definitely. Oh gosh, that's a hard one. What claims do I have that are just so distinct?
They don't. It can be even vague.
Very vague.
The very point of this street epistemology is that I'm gonna hear you out, check out your reasons and what led you to those things, but I'm not gonna push back from an alternative perspective.
Oh, gotcha.
Even if you choose something so radical.
All right, let's talk about masks. That's what I want.
Masks. Should I have one on?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm from Arizona. We don't do that there.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts on masks? I mean, my thoughts,
This is the first time I've been out without a mask in long frickin' time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got my Fauci ouchie, my second one last week.
Oh, so you've gotten the COVID vaccine?
I have. I've gotten the Pfizer.
Pfizer, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Was it just the single? Was Pfizer the single or the double?
2.
That's the 2. Moderna is the 1.
Moderna is 2. Johnson & Johnson is 1, I think.
So there's 3 out now. 3.
In this country, yes. There's also AstraZeneca There's in Europe. I think there's a few others in other countries.
Oh, for sure.
I know the Russian ones are different also. I have a part of my practice host team to hear about things from all time zones, even Brisbane.
Yeah, or the speculated third dose that some of those celebrities are getting.
Okay.
Some of that. They're supposedly getting that third dose, you know.
I wonder, you know, if it would.
Testing yourself with antibodies, so it's not necessarily the vaccine like the traditional flu shots. It's the
Right,
antibodies. So
right.
if you have more and more antibodies, then
Right. Yeah. It's the mRNA that then encodes your cells to pop out a particular protein that's on the thing to generate the antibodies.
yeah, exactly. So it's to, boost your immune system. But when it gets to the point,
Yeah.
well, you
Will
have to
boost your immune system to a very specific protein.
Yeah, specifically that. Do you think it's going to last longer than those 6 months, or do you think that it's going to be something that you're going to have to consistently get to like appease societal norms?
Don't know. I'm happy either way. I'm happy either way so long as I'm trusting the experts that the numbers and the statistics are giving me are valid and reasonable.
Yeah. So how do you think Fauci's response was to the pandemic? Specifically his, because like he switched his viewpoints a lot. So I'm just curious what you think, because first he said masks don't help, and then he said masks do help, and now we're having to mask.
Yeah. Well, I think I can respect a scientist who'll change their mind.
Exactly. He's changed his mind, so I was like, I'll give him that, but it's like...
Yeah. I'm thinking the mask thing, the advice against masks initially also had a combination of trying to keep the N95s available for the people like the first responders.
Yeah.
To not cause a rush on it. That might have been part of their strategy. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I'm like the N95s are the only ones that are they're not completely effective, but
yeah.
They have the highest effective rate, which is the 95% effective rate if you're wearing one of those. But
yeah.
you can still, like, I have a lot of family in healthcare, so it's like you can still get it if you're not wearing the proper PPE.
Right.
You know, your face shield, the goggles,
Yeah.
N95, your whole gown, just to ensure that you're not, getting it there.
Yeah. I've got a son who works in a nursing home and is trying to figure out how to get more protection by using more than one or something.
Oh, for sure, because you just never know. You can never be too protective this day and age, you know.
Yeah, especially in the nursing home. They had a huge loss rate.
How do you feel about Cuomo's response to the nursing home? The nursing home. How he got all those. I don't know how you feel, but I was like, how he got all those people just murdered, like all those people, and it's not even on him, even though he wouldn't let them leave. Kept saying employees.
I don't know the details of it. It does seem like Cuomo was playing politics with statistics, and that annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, and people's lives.
Yeah. Now I don't actually know what the individual actions. I'm not well enough. I don't know actually what happened.
Yeah. So his what's his person? I don't know their exact title. But the public health officials, she had pulled her mom out of the nursing homes, which was completely, at the time, there was no outside people allowed to interfere with the nursing homes. So no visitors, none. And she was able to pull her mom out of the nursing home and get her to a safe place because she knew what was going on.
Okay.
So she got herself out and her mom, her family, but didn't protect the rest of the lives of the state.
Oh, somebody who was part of the regulatory yanked
knew about it, but didn't warn everyone else.
That sounds nasty. That sounds very naughty.
And he knew about it as well, and so he had gotten his family out as well, and so they both knew about it, but it was more of, I'm going to play politics with people's lives, per se.
Yeah, that kind of thing annoys me.
Oh, for sure. And then you got to have Gavin Newsom. How do you feel about him?
Governor of California, Gavin Newsom?
Yeah.
I don't have enough information to know. I've seen a lot of stuff that leads me in both directions. I'm ignorant.
Yeah, I know a lot about him just for the fact that if you're going to close the whole state down, and it's so bad, having Thanksgiving with your family is bad, and for him to go out and have it for himself, for him to go out there. And,
did he do that?
Yeah, he went out there and ended up breaking all the rules, which is like no more than 6 people per table. He went out there and he got caught in 4K. He got caught in 4K on it.
Okay.
And so he's like, rules for thee, not for me,
Yeah. I saw some of that in Britain.
And it's crazy. It's just the time that we're living in right now. Well, I appreciate your time. We're gonna go back and get something to eat. I'm hungry. We just got done hiking this, but
Very good.
appreciate your
next?
time. Yeah.
You know what? I'll take a couple minutes. Yeah, sure.
For
Great.
sure.
Great.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure
Thank
to
you.
meet you.
So,
Get in here.
That's kind of cool. Kind of cool.
Hey, hey.
Hey, thank
What's
you
your
for
name?
having me on, my
You
friend.
bet. Now, to be clear, I forgot to say, by the way, we're live streaming and recording. Was that obvious to you?
Oh yeah.
Good, and you're okay with it?
Oh, 100%. Day. So
Pleasant day.
what brings you I guess
What brings
to
me
life.
to like this? Or,
Right,
or-
right.
Okay, this is a hobby that I've been doing for, really intensely for a little over a year, and less intensely before that. And it's because I want to reduce polarization in the world. I want people from all opinions to be able to speak to each other without just knee-jerk rejecting anybody who disagrees.
Right, right.
Boom. I think when we hear each other out, we can come to, in a lot of cases, a compromise that allows us to peacefully move forward.
Yeah, in a situation that needs to be done.
Yeah.
That,
I do find that this tends to push people toward the center.
what does that mean?
I mean, it'll push people left and right toward the center. It'll
Okay.
push people from
Right.
ideological perspectives, and it will tend to soften and de-radicalize people,
Okay. Okay.
which I think is a good.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's a problem nowadays, I think.
It is. It is.
People just fighting with each other
Mhm.
for different opinions, and they're like, no,
Right.
you know. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Do you have a claim we can explore?
um.
He started asking me a bunch of questions,
Right,
which
no.
sort of reverses it, which is totally okay.
Right.
I can live with that.
Right.
Usually
So,
I'm the one that would be asking you a lot of the questions.
okay. Yeah, and I would love that. So I guess since vaccines are a big
Yeah.
part now, and what they say on the news now is like 50% don't want to take it.
Okay.
And so I believe that you don't have to take it if you don't wish. It's just, it's my risk.
Okay.
And if someone has their vaccine, they feel safe because they got the vaccine,
Mhm.
what a vaccine is supposed to do. And so what makes them shame me and tell me, hey, you need to get your vaccine?
Mm-hmm. What makes it okay? So what happens in the world if? So I got two worlds. One where 50% of people take the vaccine. Another world where, because social pressure and other things, 75% take the vaccine. What's the difference between those two worlds?
I say the majority took the vaccine and fell under pressure.
Yeah. So without pressure, we get
25%.
50%, and then an extra 25% due to a lot of pressure take the vaccine.
Okay.
Obviously, one difference is, well, this one's obviously more authoritarian.
Just
Yeah, just compare the two worlds.
right.
Now, what also happens, like, medically between these two worlds?
I don't see a difference.
Oh.
More medicine?
Okay, yeah, more medicine.
Right.
So now I've got a person who's immune compromised. Which world do they want to live in?
I'm following along with you right now. It's kind of hard to understand, to be honest, because I don't know what that word means.
Immune compromised.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so let's imagine there's somebody who can't get vaccinated because medical reasons, and they would have a much greater risk to their life were they to get the disease.
So I believe they would want to be in the 75%, but
Okay.
I also believe if they're that scared for their life that they shouldn't be,
Mm-hmm.
going out or driving a car or whatever
Right.
that risks.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. One of my wives is immune compromised and
Right.
isn't here today for that reason.
For that reason.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
Usually when we're doing these things, she likes to hang out with us.
right. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that first
Yeah.
and foremost. And I bet she wishes that she
Yeah.
could.
And so she's isolating mask a lot more heavily than the rest of us.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, okay, yeah, like I said, I'm sorry for that.
Mhm.
And so the reason why she's not coming out is because not many people are taking the vaccine, or is it not? She feels at risk, correct?
She feels more at risk, and for her, the reasonably the risk if she gets it is probably 10 times as high as it would be for you or me.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but I still feel like everyone has their right to take it or not to take it.
Okay. If you wanted to go visit another country, should you be required to take the vaccine? That's a rule that I've seen a lot. If you want to go traveling, you got to take the vaccine, and then they'll consider you.
Right.
Is that fair?
I don't think that's fair
Okay.
at all. Right. I don't.
All right. So, how sure are you about this? Here's a.
I'm pretty.
I'm absolutely sure. Nothing could change my mind. I don't have much of an opinion. I'm absolutely against it. Something like that.
I'm probably 99 against it, and absolutely sure it would not. Nothing would change
Okay.
my mind for that opinion.
All right.
And maybe what else plays a part in it is the media, what's happening in the world right now with everything that's happening right now. That plays a part in it. Like, I simply don't trust it. I don't trust
Okay.
the people running this.
So, what data, what authorities, how do you get information that leads you to that conclusion
That I don't agree.
or that level of confidence?
Well, number one, I believe that it's my body. I'm not going to put a vaccine that's not been a year old yet.
Okay.
And I don't.
If the vaccine were older, and let's assume that during that age, so we're going to stick ourselves in 2023, and during that time, the statistics about people getting sick from the vaccine aren't any worse than today, what's reported. Would you be okay with it then?
I kind of zoned out for a second right there,
Okay.
but go
So
ahead.
2 years from now,
Yeah.
a bunch of people have taken the vaccine. If it had more age and continued at the same safety, would you be into it?
No.
Okay.
If it's still the same effectiveness and
Okay.
yeah, no.
So how much more effectiveness or safety would you want before you're happy? And is there a place where you would have enough safety and effectiveness that you'd be happy taking the vaccine?
This specific vaccine that they have out for the corona,
Yeah, any one of them.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Pick your
it's-
favorite.
Right. It's me personally. I don't know any effectiveness, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Just my thoughts on. I don't.
What sort of data would lead you, or maybe what sort of are there authorities you trust on the question?
I don't know. I think they were just so at the beginning wishy-washy, and
Okay.
it still is. And as you spoke with Mitch about, hey, they could change their mind. Yeah, new
Yeah.
evidence or whatnot.
Yeah, the scientist could.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Okay.
But I also just think there's so many, I guess, just different positions and arguments on, especially with the, I guess, media or whatnot. We're going back to political, but
I'm going to focus on the gap between where that is and as far as it could go.
okay.
And I want to say, hypothetically, what could you learn tomorrow? Something you don't know today, something I haven't heard of yet. What could you learn tomorrow that would split the difference on that gap and make you more sure?
More sure to take it?
No,
Are you
more
talking
sure of your position now, which is to say to not take it, and we shouldn't be required to take it. And really, I'm asking you about your confidence in taking it yourself, because we're past the question of whether I should be able to force you.
about? Right.
We went past that one.
Right.
Okay.
So,
What could you learn that would make you more sure that you made the right decision?
the stats, I guess, that are
Okay. So the stats, maybe like stats that should raise your confidence would be, oh, look, a whole bunch of people have come down with this nasty effect from the vaccine. A bunch of people getting sick 6 months later from the vaccine, or people having bad reactions to it.
no, the stats of it, I guess, declining in a way.
Stats.
Of
Which way does the stats move?
down.
And what moved down? What, what
like
thing are you measuring?
deaths or
If deaths move down, even though people aren't taking the vaccine?
right.
Okay. So to move you the other way, would that be if deaths went up?
To move me the other way, I guess. I guess I'm in my own little zone world that
Mm-hmm.
with there's so many numbers and
Mhm.
measurements that have been appreciate the talk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if you want a bunch of them for some reason, you
Oh
go
no,
right
no,
ahead.
just one. One be fine. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
My friend.
Oh, and hey, both of you guys.
Yeah.
We give these away
Oh yeah.
with the idea that some people like to come back and complete a set. We're here on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Okay.
So you can have one each, and
One?
we have
And then bring it.
one of the third.
Okay.
There's 3 things there.
Right.
You can each have one of
And
them.
so, when are you guys back here again?
Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Wednesdays and Saturdays. Okay, I might be back here on Saturday.
Gotcha. I'm going back.
I'll be having a good argument coming through.
Cool.
Yeah. See you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one, fellas. Amazing concept.
You bet. That's a really topic.
The stream went out like the last 1 minute. Recap what happened in the last minute or so.
Sure. Am I audible? Am I properly audible at this distance, or should I sit down?
Sit down.
Okay. I'll say, so in the last minute, let's see, we went into hypotheticals. He had a...
Yeah, what was the last thing y'all heard? We'll put it in the chat. Yeah, I think it was, you talked about the consistency. Deaths down, that would raise him if that happened.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
then
if
you
deaths
said
down, reduced without additional vaccination,
that would,
boy, that's a noisy signal. That would be a really difficult signal.
yeah.
And that if deaths went up without the vaccination, that wouldn't move him down. That he said, wow, I'm really in my own little bubble of confidence. And
That's
that
honest.
was the aporia that
That
won
was
my
honest.
day.
Yeah,
I'm
that-
happy. Yeah, you just recognize that you're unmovable. Good enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
Let's
anything
see where
happen
you're
after that?
That was it.
That was it.
That was thank you for the conversation.
Oh, it was basically wrap up.
Yeah, I was in my hypothetical up and down during
Mm-hmm.
that last minute. Which for me, I mean, that's not necessarily everybody's SE, but that's kind of the way I ended up. I wrap them up.
Yeah, and you went immediately into like the 2 hypothetical worlds thought experiment.
Yeah.
What's a good name for that?
2 hypothetical worlds. I mean, other than to say there's a hypothetical world where the current happens and the alternative happens.
Yeah.
Your way, not your way.
What was
Any he implied that there was no effect on other people of his choice.
of his choice? People who didn't.
Yeah, that if he didn't get the vaccine, he was implying that this would not have any effect on anybody else except him. He didn't say that openly, but I was working off that and saying, okay,
in a world where
Mhm.
you're saying it's not okay for that one to be that one's not okay because authoritarian reasons, and authoritarian is bad.
Mhm.
And then who's affected? And in this particular case, I'm going to call myself on a little bit of direct messaging because I made a reference to one of my own wives. And
That's probably like an appeal to emotion a bit there.
it totally was. Yeah, I'm breaking the rules all the time. This is just like when I teach photography. I say learn all the rules and then break one of them at a time and break it really good.
You're dugging.
I'm dugging.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm digging with dugging.
All right, all right, all right. Okay. Yeah, they said after he said too many numbers.
Did I say too many numbers and the guy tuned out?
I don't know. Maybe he said something about too many numbers. I don't remember.
Maybe I made reference to numbers. I think in numbers, so I don't notice when I use numbers.
Oh well.
I think in numbers more than words.
Hmm.
Or ratios. I see things in ratios and relationships more than I see them in like descriptive dictionary terms.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm very aware that I lose 15% of the population when I talk that way, and I'm trying to watch that and make it better.
Yep. Hello.
Hello. We're doing interviews today.
Yep. Oh, and I do also like to ask, do you have any time commitments?
Me? No.
For when people sit down?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Because I now have a new tagline. What do you think of it? Instead of 5-minute interviews?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate that.
Because that was definitely not a true thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was still respectful of people's time, but it usually never was only 5 minutes.
Right. We're doing interviews today.
Yep.
You
Hello.
can bring any topic you like, and we love puppies.
You guys are tapping out.
Yes.
All right, all right, all right.
Maybe
See you later,
next time.
puppies.
I don't know if we're gonna make it to the car.
We're gonna try to be here Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Cool. Me too.
Interviews today.
Thank you.
Any topic you choose.
Oh, my new tagline is free and open inquiry. You can't see it because it's chopped off at the bottom. Maybe I could. There's a bunch of headroom. I could bring it down a bit.
Can you sit down and let me see what this is?
Okay. They're sitting height.
Battery.
Okay.
It's just the connection, I assume.
Maybe enough connection resets and it just says.
No, not coming no more.
Good afternoon. We're doing interviews today.
I'm behind the camera.
Yes.
I love to stay behind the camera.
That's fine.
Well, I like the setting though.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. Is
We're
it
live
radio
streaming.
station? Radio station?
YouTube.
YouTube and Twitch. And these are for edited later.
Nice.
On this, I think this will be the first juggling lessons live stream that I'm not going to chop up.
Oh, really?
I'm just going to put the
Timestamps.
timestamps in the description and ask for people as to whether that was just as good for them.
Maybe.
I'll type in the description next to those things. We're trying a new thing out. If you dislike this, especially if you dislike this, tell me in the comments. If you like this, you can tell me in the comments too. But dislike counts more.
Okay. Maybe if something is super good, you'll clip that out, but by default, it's just timestamps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I obviously reserve the right to grab extra special stuff.
And if it is extra special, I can do this version of it.
That's yeah. If it's come over and do your dishes really often to make up for it. Or I don't know. I don't know what I can provide that would be an appropriate exchange of effort.
Okay. Yeah, we're recording everything locally on separate cameras, and I think my GoPro just died. So if it's not, we don't have like perfect technology here.
I think this GoPro died. Weird. How many different GoPros are there?
There's now 9 different levels, and there's different ones within each level. Black and different versions.
Is that a sigh of relief or a sigh of frustration? Or other?
Frustration.
Frustration.
But this thing is great, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm loving this.
Yeah. Zoom for the win. Totally.
Yep.
If only Zoom made GoPros.
Right.
I mean, actually, I tend to hold GoPros as reliable little workhorses in general. Although they violate a rule of mine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If a device says pro or professional in it, it's not.
That's probably true.
When have you ever seen a pro walk in with something that said so? No, that's not what happens.
Well, I think this is an iPad Pro, and I have an iPhone
Well,
Pro.
okay, yeah, those maybe. And of course, GoPros, all over MythBusters and such. So there's exceptions to my rule, a lot. Yeah, I was saying I'm really focusing on the basic. And
in the Discord practice?
Yeah, in practice.
Yeah.
In my teaching of this,
Yeah.
I'm really focused on the basic with the assumption that others can teach the advanced.
Okay.
My practice difference in the world between the way you want to see it and the way you're afraid of seeing it. Because it was a normative claim, it's a way to slip in the wrong question. What would change in the world if?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the wrong question, laid out as a hypothetical with objects on the table just as markers.
Oh, did you put the things there as the worlds? The
Yeah, I said. So we have one possible world where 50% of people are vaccinated, and another where 75 are because of huge social pressure.
Okay. All right. It's
And
good.
I wouldn't care at all if you got confused about one or the other, because I was using balls that look the same, or left-right dyslexia, whatever.
Yeah.
Not gonna throw me off. I mean, it might, but it'll be okay. It'll be great. We're doing interviews.
Yes. Hello. Welcome.
And,
The answer to the second.
yes.
I think it's no, but.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's a good thing we could talk to you about. We are so open to that. We are so open to that. And those are just suggestions. You can bring anything you want.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. And I believe the second one was Trump on social media. Good.
All right. Yeah. I think I have a video
Okay.
about that on my channel.
Autism, and as far as I can tell, nobody has poked on the fourth.
I did. I did one with
You did?
the spirituality guy, the astrology guy.
Okay.
He started with that.
Blank is the most.
Yeah, that spirituality is the most important issue.
Oh, well then, excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And then somehow we got on astrology.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching him point you out as a Taurus male and start laying on a few things, and it was really. Oh no. When somebody starts making a claim about the person they're talking to, that really fucks up with SE.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I was recently asked to please go SE somebody who I was saying was doing a bad thing about my saying that they were doing a bad thing. And I said, I'm willing to try because you're asking nice. Somebody else was asking me to do it. I'm willing to try because you're asking nice, but boy, I don't think this is going to work out well. I don't know. I'll show up. I'll be nice.
Do you know who Kieran K-I-E-R-A-N is? Do you know that name?
That sounds like the name of somebody who I interviewed over the last week.
Yeah. They must have scheduled with me because you gave them my link?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I sent the link and they did the thing and I said, so how are they gonna get back to me with the thing? And I said, and wait, this looks like the guy from Cordial Curiosity. I've been following him in like 2018 or something. Is this the same person? I said, yeah. He said, and I can just schedule a meeting with them and the meeting's on. There's not even any he doesn't want to. Yeah, it really is that easy because we don't choose our interlocutors. We're just open to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, his claim is vaccines are not demonstrably beneficial to individuals or society. everybody schedules the 9 a.m. ones, and that's fine. That's my earliest. I have 3 different available options.
I'm judging. I'm reading by your body language that that's not entirely fine.
I
That
mean-
is not actually your preference.
I mean, it's fine. It keeps me on schedule in the morning.
I bet. Yeah. I mean, cuts into your nightlife. Although, you know, it's pandemic
it's
time.
not-
How
it's not
nightlife
much.
is nightlife.
Yeah. There was a May the 4th thing happening at the Scum and Villainy bar yesterday,
Uh-huh.
but I can see it from my place, and there was a huge line, and you have to pay $20 an hour to get in, and you have to wear masks, and it was not worth it.
Mm.
Yeah.
$20 an hour.
Yeah, to reserve
So-
a spot.
So, if you only pay $20, do they come snag you?
I don't know how that works.
I don't know how that works. How do they get you out?
I don't know.
You buy a wristband and it has a color thing and it says you must leave by.
That would have worked, yeah.
That could work.
Hello.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm sitting down again.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Got another hour to go. Yeah, we're just waiting. Yeah, Mind Onion says give them your credit card info and then they charge you when you leave.
That would work.
I guess it gives you like a parking system. Just
Yeah.
take a ticket, give me the ticket when you leave, or you'll be charged the max.
Yes.
It's an incentive.
Yeah, that would work.
That would work.
That would work.
It seems.
That just means that you're not really practically allowed to. Well, I guess you could do cash and get a refund. Drop $100 and get $40 back or something. Whatever that would be.
I want to try whatever that park is near you, near
In Wilmington?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
To try.
There's almost no trees. So umbrellas will be important. And I expect that cell coverage will be much better.
Good, good.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of little bridges to nowhere kind of thing, walking bridges that just cross with the under and there's a bridge over a walking path that's a walking path that goes to a view area.
Okay.
Where you can look down at the other walking path. It's just a weird design in my mind. But you know, maybe they just said we want this many bridges of this many, and they said, okay, here's a plan that does that.
Sigma says, "Hey guys, how's the stream going?" Pretty shitty. The stream.
The stream, yeah, the stream's been a real mess, but
we've had some good conversations.
The conversations have been great.
Yeah. Hello.
We are doing interviews today, and you can choose any topic you like, not just those 4. Those are just suggestions.
Want to do it or no? Okay. Hello.
I think we've had 5 interviews.
I did one. You did one.
And then I just did, two shorties.
2 short ones.
Mm-hmm.
What are the suggested topics?
First one is Bitcoin a good investment? The second one is should Trump be allowed back on social media? The third is
Marxism relevant today?
Yes, that's the one. And then the last one is blank is the most important concern
issue
currently.
Today.
Most important current concern or issue.
Yeah, current issue. And I do have a thing on the very bottom of my sign that says, or whatever you think is true.
Good.
That's all. That's always open.
Yep.
I could just see somebody wanting to be like pedantic and clever and say, "What if I want to think a thing is false?" As long as you think it's true that it's false.
Yeah.
You're great. And then, of course, there's that word "true," which the guy with the great fingernails said, "Well, true for you."
Yeah, he said something explicit that I'm sure Nathan would love to talk about.
Oh,
Let's see.
man. Nathan would still be talking to him.
He said, I think explicitly, people should believe whatever brings them the most peace.
And well, the thing is, it's not just utility. He says there is zero use in even trying to have a truth that is a correspondence kind of truth. And that's the part that whacks me.
Whoa, okay.
Because it seems to me, initially,
Hello.
that hey, there, we're doing interviews, and I'll jump right out of this seat.
Oh, I was just curious.
Yeah,
Well, that's cool.
yeah.
Okay.
And it can be any topic you like. Those are just suggestions.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. What told me to yesterday?
Yeah, so for me, I find
It's like a-
correspondence kind of truth to be the baseline of useful.
Yeah, we're kind of constrained by reality and what is allowable in reality to happen.
Yeah. Now, the nice thing with Dan is he does agree that there is a fixed correspondence. So at that point, I'm like, okay, I don't need to use the word truth. I can use correspondence and we can talk. It'll work fine.
Yeah, sure.
The one downside of this particular location is that there are no restrooms,
Yeah.
which is why I brought
There's some good
12
bush.
pack.
There's some good bushes down there.
There are some good bushes. I'm going to not do that. So that's why I brought a 12 pack of caffeinated diet sodas, because I like to show off.
What?
It's an ironic.
That you can drink so much and not have to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh, like that's the joke. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, of course, silly.
It took me a second.
It's not really true.
I guess I can post the StreamYard link in the chat if people want to come on and chat on audio or video. In between interlocutors. Feel free to come on. Play the bluesy vibes again. Hello? It happens. You gotta go, you gotta go.
Would that help?
That's right, I got that. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you anyway.
guy could model for a comic book cover.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of that around here.
Oh yeah.
Pierce Watkins asked, hey, would you be interested in doing a Ressi review with me at some point? My answer, of course, was heck yes.
Yeah, sure. I think he's tagged in the SE Review channel.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
If he isn't, we should fix that, but I think he is. I think I saw a ticket about making sure that happened, so if it didn't happen, something broke. Howdy. Howdy. We're doing an interview today.
I know I saw on my way up.
Good.
I was intrigued, but I had to.
No worries.
We'll try to be here on Wednesdays and Saturdays. For various meanings of we.
Yes.
You guys just talk about anything and everything?
Anything you want to bring up.
I don't know what I want to bring up.
We have a couple of suggestions, and I can like make provoking statements until you react.
This is all political. I hate politics.
Okay, how about science or sociology or religion or spirituality or relationships, romance, botany? I'm just listing shit.
Maybe spirituality. That was always good.
Spirituality.
I don't know much about it.
That's fine.
So I just sit here and start talking?
Yeah, feel free to sit down. My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Your name's Reed. I'm Aubrey.
Aubrey. Aubrey.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Usually people leave out the E.
Yeah, that's fine. So how was your hike?
Boring.
Boring. Do you come to the park often?
Every now and then. Maybe once a week or something. I guess that's kind of often.
Sweet, sweet. And so you wanted to talk about spirituality. Are you cool if we record and live stream this and everything?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. And all right, what about spirituality. What kind of claim can you make about spirituality that we can talk about?
Just what the hell is it? I'm so. Just
What do
seems
people?
like this confusing thing.
What do people mean usually when they say people should be spiritual or spirituality is a good thing? What do they mean most of the time?
I think they're just talking about something that motivates them generally. I don't know if that's what they think they're talking about, but yeah, usually when people say they're spiritual, it just means they believe in some type of higher power, and that their souls are at afterlife. So it's kind of vague, and then you got to get more specific from there. And then people talk about Buddhism or they're Christians, they talk about that. And I don't know, I gave up Christianity and thought about Buddhism, but it all just seems kind of convoluted in some kind of way.
All that stuff about higher powers and souls and afterlives and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about being atheist, but it doesn't really make any sense, because it's kind of like, well, obviously there's something higher power. Maybe it didn't create you, but there's obviously something that's more like, even a black hole could be a higher power. That's something that's more powerful than yourself. So higher power is kind of vague too, because it's like, and then the whole idea of creationism doesn't quite make sense, because like, what created the person that created everything, kind of? Or did he create himself, or did it appear? And that's kind of a paradox. So, but then again, if you say nothing was created and it always existed, well, that's a paradox too. So they're both paradoxes, and we both understand what they mean. So why even argue about it if no one can understand what it means? It's like arguing.
We don't know, why have a position on it?
Kind of, and I guess
is I don't know a reasonable answer for some questions like that, like where did we come from?
Yeah, I mean, people who say I don't know tend to be agnostic. I get the word for that, the I don't know. But then people go, well, these are just wishy-washy people. We need to
Are agnostics,
or just people who aren't good at making decisions, maybe.
They're just not good at that. Yeah.
So it just seems like a lose-lose situation, kind of. Or maybe I'm just being sick. But yeah, there's a lot of like old and kind of like the whole happy, like, with the secret kind of thing.
Law of attraction, the secret.
Yeah, and I almost feel like it's the opposite. The things you don't want, or the things you
attachment, better type of thing.
No, I'm just talking about the law of attraction, how I never believed in it. It just seems like as soon as you want something and know you want something and visualize, it seems to be more out of reach.
Oh, it becomes more out of reach once you visualize it and know you really want that thing.
Yeah, it's like now it's like this. It's more like the law of playing hard to get. It's just like the more you want. Oh my God, she's so hot, It's just like she's like, ugh. But it seems to this guy's too needy, too clingy.
Yeah.
But it seems to happen with a lot of things, like that. Like you want this career, and it's like you gotta want it bad enough, but from my experience, it seems like the people who don't give a shit, the people who care less, seem to get it. Like, oh, this guy's so laid back, he got it, because he's not trying as hard, you know?
Mhm.
Which is maybe more Taoist concept where you're like, you know, it's more flow, kind of like,
Go with the
don't
flow.
obstruct things. Because as soon as you're tense and you're like, I need it, it's like you're not like loose enough to let things happen. But I don't know. I didn't read The Secret. I'm just going off of what people have described certain aspects of it, and I think I started reading this book. What is it called? Science of the Mind by I forgot the name of the guy. This was like way before The Secret, like 1950s. He's like probably a progenitor of like all these, you know, self-help type of stuff.
Ernest Holmes?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And I tried reading like just the first chapters, and I was like, this is just a bunch of, I mean, no offense to people like Ernest Holmes, but it seemed like total bullshit.
Total bullshit.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have. It was almost like he was saying certain things were self-evident. I was like, no, it's not. None of your saying is self-evident at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the proof of like, it's just this very circular talk where I don't know if he does that on purpose to try to like, if it's some strategy of hypnosis or NLP type of deal, but like it just bores you to tears. And I know certain people talk in like a repetitive thing to like, it's like some type of way of convincing you of something, but it seemed to have the reverse effect for me.
Well,
I don't know. I only read a couple of chapters. Maybe there was something in there that just didn't click with me. I could give it a second shot, but I just was not feeling it at all. And it just makes me not want to read The Secret even more, because like they had to have gotten it from somebody, and I'm sure they pulled it. I mean, I've heard of S, I've heard of all kinds of modalities of stuff, and it almost makes me want to be atheist. It's just
Okay.
like, it's like.
Want to talk about that? Like, is atheism true? Does a God exist? You said something about a higher power. I want to say, we're not talking about the question, does a higher power exist?
Well, yeah, there's things that are more powerful than you. I mean, that's just a fact. So why wouldn't there be a higher power? Like, if everything in my brain, like I can, like we think of cartoons and aliens and Lord of the Rings and elves and all this stuff exists in our head, right? So, okay, all this stuff can exist in our mind, but it doesn't exist in the universe. It seems like the universe is weaker than our minds.
Mm-hmm.
Like if that's not the case, like anything I imagine should exist somewhere. Like maybe in the multiverse exists. But
Yeah, how would we define higher power? I heard you say something like it's just something more powerful than yourself. Anything more powerful than the most powerful human being, or just yourself?
well, a higher power is literally just that. I mean, God or whoever created the universe, like, okay, my dad created me. That doesn't he's a higher power when I'm an infant,
Mm-hmm.
but not like as an adult. It's, you know, that's questionable.
Yeah. Is that what people mean when they say a higher power exists?
No,
That
I'm
type of thing?
I'm just making an analogy. I'm
Yeah.
saying like I don't think people know what they're talking about when they say higher power. I think it's just some word that got pulled out of somebody's ass that we've been using forever, and it doesn't equate the same as God. Because like I could create a piece of art. Okay, now I'm a god. I just created this piece of art. I'm the god of this piece of art I created.
Mm.
Maybe there's somebody out there who literally just created our solar system, or like that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa puts a tooth in what is it, a little dish and puts it under a microscope, and now she just created a whole universe and they think Bart is the devil. So it's just like, but then somebody created her, and then somebody created the person who created her. So it's like a higher power could be a god, and then a god could have created that god, and a god created that god, and maybe it just goes forever.
Yeah, we'll just go with a creator of the universe.
Okay, so let's just say somebody created the universe.
Yeah, is that thing real and true? If it is,
I don't know. My position is I don't know, because nobody talked to me. Praying, I don't think really believe in praying. I don't quite understand it. People talk to me about it, and there's certain people who believe in the power of prayer. But even if you believe in prayer, it doesn't necessarily answer anything. It just means it worked for you. Like, there's not really. So that's why I'm pretty uncertain, because nothing seems convincing either way.
Let's try to quantify that uncertainty. If all the way to the right is absolutely yes, a higher power exists, it's absolutely true,
Yeah.
we're not sure 50-50, or absolutely no, higher power does not exist, where would you be on your scale over there?
I think someone created the universe. I believe that much.
You would lean to the right?
Yeah.
Where would you be?
And
on your scale?
Oh, like how far on the right?
Yeah, for your confidence.
Wait, okay, jeez, I can't. Maybe there.
You're about that confident that a higher power exists, a creator of the universe exists?
Yeah. But it, again, like, somebody could have created that person or being or whatever, or that being created himself. In any case, it doesn't really matter so much to me. It just matters, like, what can I do with that? Because he's either indifferent or he's a part of the universe, like maybe I'm a cell in the body, and like I have some mechanical structure within that higher power, and I'm not using it correctly, or I'm using it just fine, and I really it doesn't matter what I do, or he's directing it somehow, or she or he or it is directing it somehow. But there's not really. Either way, I don't know if we have like the cognition to like work with that, you know, like when I read stuff about magic or esoteric beliefs, it doesn't really answer that question and how you can do anything with that. I mean, there's talk about praying, but again, like praying, I don't know, it just hasn't worked for me, and I don't know who to pray to, so.
I see. So, yeah, what I'm hearing you say is there's lots of paradoxes around this question, and some people say a higher power exists because potentially of prayer working in their lives and stuff like that. What is the main reason that gets you to that level of confidence at this point?
Of the level I'm at now?
Yeah, what gets you there?
Oh, just rationale and mythology. I'm really into mythology. And I think that at some point, maybe early in our history, we maybe knew a little bit more about higher powers or a higher power, and that maybe the story is lost to us. Like, for instance, like there's a couple of theories that mythologists go by about the question of because there's a lot of stories that are very similar. There's like when you, what's it called? Academic mythologists, comparative mythologists like Joseph Campbell, or like different mythologists when they talk about consciousness, collective consciousness, they literally mean, oh, this person in Africa has this exact same story as this person in China, only they're different names and they never met. Or maybe there was an African story that was very close to Adam and Eve's story, and this predated colonization and stuff like that. They had a very similar story, and it's just like, okay, is this like are we just very similar, and we're just, you know, in our collective consciousness we have a shared memory, you know? But the shared memory could go two different ways. It could be we literally have this a shared memory, like there's things that happen on Earth that we all experience, like a flooding, like that, like climate change that happened millions of years ago. Like we had a shared experience of as human beings, literally, and then when we spread out, we have those stories. There's that, like a literal shared experience, and then there's just a shared experience as we have two arms and two legs, and we're human beings, and we have like similar desires and things like that. So there's that collective consciousness. There's two different types. So how much of that has to do with these stories and how far they go back and who created what and why are the pantheons similar and who borrowed from what, because you also have borrowed stories from other cultures. It's kind of a jumble. It's kind of a haze in history. We don't know exactly how much of what side that is. And so everything is kind of like, and I think that's the way with this higher power question is like, maybe it's not something, and until some higher power comes down and says, hey everybody, I'm here, it's always going to be like this jumble. And my brothers had actually shared different debates of atheists talking, it's usually Christians, and both sides just seem absolutely absurd. Like they don't talk about the fact that well, first of all, Christianity is just one religion that came from another religion that's just changed.
A kind of mythology.
Yeah, and mythologists actually study Christianity as a mythology and compare it to other ones.
Yeah.
And it just seems like that's a huge other mess that like people have edited and changed, and the Bible's been like the first versions of Judaism had multiple gods and all this stuff, and then there's Santa Maria that has connected the angels with certain African deity. Not Santa Maria, is it Ifa? Anyways, yeah, Santa Maria. Anyways, there's all these religions that like you can kind of mix and match them
with similar patterns.
Yeah, with similar patterns, and they all have this history. So when atheists talk, like, say, oh, this is all arbitrary, it's like, no, you haven't studied mythology. It seems arbitrary to you because you don't know how all these things are connected and stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to wonder about the pattern there and what caused that pattern. What I'm hearing you say is a higher pattern, a higher power is the best explanation for the cause of that pattern.
No, I don't think it's the best explanation for a cause for a pattern. Okay. It just seems like if we take all these stories and mythology, well, actually yes, because if we take all these stories and mythologies and they're all similar, and you know, maybe they have a root joint cause, it appears that, you know, kind of like in the Marvel universe, how like Thor is just an alien. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like maybe we just have the story wrong because the the people who existed at that time who actually had these experiences have the right verbiage to it. They didn't know there was another solar system. They didn't even know what a solar system was or a planet was.
People are just doing their best to try to
explain something.
Make sense of the world, and they tell stories about it, but then...
So they're saying God of Thunder, you know? Maybe it was some alien that could shoot lightning. Who knows? It's like, there's all these explanations, logical explanations for stuff that could have happened that
like
ancient people actually believed in.
Like natural explanations?
Yeah.
That have nothing to do with a higher power?
Well, a higher power could be a natural explanation. I mean, the multiverse sounds just as crazy as a god.
By the definition, a creator of the universe. Like a being that created the universe.
Yeah, I'm saying if a being created the universe, that sounds just as science fictional or as fantastic as a multiverse.
Okay.
And people who are atheists think that every kind of mythological story sounds like some cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, come on, like we don't have any evidence. Things like the multiverse and things that scientists create are just these
are just as not arbitrary, but like a story, like mythology.
They're just explanations to what's the word?
Ways to make sense of the world.
Yeah, because, okay, there's something functional that a scientific method is true that exists, and then there's something else scientific that doesn't seem to make sense with this other reality, and so they have to create some fictional story to compromise to make sense of both. There's like, wait a minute, we said that the rule is the speed of light travels like this and blah blah blah. Now there's this thing like particle physics. Like that's what the theory of everything was about. It was these two things happening that didn't make Newtonian physics didn't make sense with what? Quantum mechanics, I believe. Anyways,
probably.
I'm not a scientist, but I've studied some science in school at some point, and I know there's these stories of two fields of science that don't connect. So they literally create something as a compromise of stories like, well, we're just going to say this for now. And it's a theory. It's a theory. The multiverse exists. That theory was created so that it could explain things that didn't connect. And that's the same thing that happens with mythology. It's like, oh, this story over here, and there's this story over here, and we know that this thing happens. So we're just gonna connect it and say these things happen. Now,
a way of making connections.
Yeah, and we think it's silly because it's like, oh, like somebody in a cloud is shooting down this stuff. It's just like, okay, but you don't have to. You're literally taking it too literally. This is saying a thunder god. God could exist scientifically. Like you could actually scientifically.
Yeah, that could have been the case when people hypothesized that as the cause of lightning.
Like technology is our new magic. It's literally magic. The only reason it's not magic is because we can explain it very easily, and so the magic is. Because magic really is just, we don't know what it is. We can't explain it.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Yeah, like this phone is it's a crystal ball. Literally, it's a crystal ball, and so somebody could have had a cell phone or some shit thousands of years ago, and now it's magic. But it could have been from future, outer space, or whatever. Like there's scientific logic that it could explain. I mean, it might seem sci-fi, but so does everything else that exists today.
Okay. So I want to really understand where you're coming from. So you're around that confident about the higher power existing, and what I'm hearing you say is like two main reasons. There's like mythology and the explanation of like the collective consciousness that's related to mythology.
Yeah.
What would you say is the main reason for being at the level of confidence for you?
Oh, I don't think it's very confident, honestly. You're
Just
using the
that
word
whatever that level is. Yeah, I think it's around.
It's
7.
mostly intuition, but it's just I'm just looking at stories that the collective conscious. What are the main reasons you're asking?
What is your reason for being that confident about the claim a higher power exists?
Oh, it just seems to make sense with like, okay, these people hundreds and thousands of years ago believed in all these supernatural things, and because it is supernatural in a way, but they attributed it to, you know, different characters and things that actually exist. And like today, that seems like, oh, that's just the primitive mind not knowing anything. But I'm thinking that
were they onto something or something?
My guess is that they were onto something. Now I could be more skeptical and less imaginative and think, no, it's just everyone was primitive and nobody knew shit. And so of course they're making up similar claims, and that's the other side, because there's two sides of the collective consciousness. There's things that we literally experience, and there's things that we're just similarly gonna have metaphors for. Like we're gonna like create some type of language or metaphor or meaning behind something that might not have, like, it's like a shared like we all have to eat, right?
Yeah.
We might all come up with like this as like a sign language for eating.
Mm-hmm.
Not like you could exist somewhere else in the world and our cultures could never, but we could put food to the mouth because we know that gesture.
Mm-hmm.
And so science, people who are so super scientifically minded and evidence this and that might say, no, these are just primitive people that are doing this. There is no shared story of like maybe aliens, or it might have not been aliens. It could have been any type of experience that people somehow knew there was a higher power some way. Like maybe the person who created the thing talked to whoever was there at the time, or whoever, like how Christians say, like, oh no, like they use these excuses about how there's not, like, oh, there were lots of miracles back then, but not now, which just is a stupid cop out. I don't think
there's cameras and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're metaphors or things that sound like miracles that might not have been, as like, they're just natural phenomenon. Like, there's things that are miracles that happen now that are like snow in the freaking desert, you know, like, that sound crazy, but that science, as soon as someone explains it scientifically, now it's not a miracle anymore. But it's still, but it doesn't make it not as miraculous. Yeah. Like,
are you saying the existence of a collective consciousness is a kind of miracle that a higher power put into the world? Is that what you're saying?
The existence of a collective consciousness?
Yeah. If you had like a natural explanation for the existence of how the collective consciousness could come about, will that affect your confidence in a higher power existing at all?
So wait, repeat the question.
If you had like an explanation that had nothing to do with a higher power for the existence of the collective unconscious, if you just had some explanation that had nothing to do with a higher power, which I think is I think is part of the reason that gives confidence that a higher power exists.
Yeah.
If you now found a different explanation that has nothing to do with the higher power, hypothetically, would that affect your confidence about the existence of a higher power?
Well, yeah. I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I have no idea what that would be. Like,
what are some options?
No, I was gonna ask you, like, give me an example. Like, I have no idea. I probably, like, I don't know. Like, mythology is just interesting because stories are things that, like I could create a story right now about like a fictional story, right?
Yeah.
That fictional story isn't coming from nowhere. It's coming from either my experiences that I literally lived through in life or my inspirations of some TV show I watched or something that somebody had. So it's an amalgamation of things that exist that are real.
We have a lot of material to work with for our
Yeah,
stories
there's
today.
like thousands of. So when somebody creates a god, like, which is bizarre because it's like, okay, when the first priest that ever existed on the planet Earth, what were those people like? Were they just people that wanted to control people? Like scientists would have you believe like, oh, these are just some assholes who just like, you know what? They think that people are trying to figure out why there's thunder, and most people are saying it's this. How about we say we know what it is and get everyone, like, we'll just say it with more confidence and we'll just rule everybody. Like, I don't think people, like, I mean, it could have happened like that for all, like, who fucking knows?
That's a possible explanation.
It's definitely possible. Knowing the human condition, people are assholes and they want to have more land or...
The asshole hypothesis is one
Yeah,
possible
yeah,
explanation.
but there is something like maybe they took a drug, maybe they had some inspiration, maybe they actually did experience something crazy or something like that. That's,
The drug, so the drug trip hypothesis. Yeah.
or like Muhammad, like he didn't know how to read. And I don't want to, I don't want to question whether he was in, I'm not going to say.
He claimed to get, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't even want to know. Like if somebody asked me like if God came down tomorrow, it's like, yo, do you want to know if Muhammad was telling the truth or not? Oh, actually, of course I would want to know. What am I talking about? I was about to say.
You said you wouldn't want to know?
I almost said I wouldn't want to know. No, I do want to know.
I mean, it'd be great to settle this question by having the higher power just show up and talk to us. That'd be great.
Yeah, but it's just kind of like there's these people that have these revelations in history, and nobody, like, if somebody has a revelation, it's really odd because the skeptic would think like, okay, why just this one dude? This doesn't make any sense. If a fucking God wants everyone to know the truth, he's just gonna tell one person, and now we just have to believe this one guy who's literally starting wars and is a warlord.
Seems very convenient to have God on your side if you want to start a war.
Yeah, so it just seems too convenient, but at the same time, there's the whole mandate of heaven like thing where it's just like, oh, well, he's winning all these things, so is he just super charismatic? He was that person. Maybe there's a half truth or a different truth where that person didn't just wake up and, like, let's say he woke up and had epiphany and said, like, let's say, we'll go with the asshole theory. Let's say that person is just like, you know what? I want more wives than I have. I want everyone to believe me, and I want to create a religion. Like, I mean, the guy actually did it. Like, he actually did it.
Yeah.
So it's like he had to be inspired either way. Like, you can't just do that. Like, you have to be a confident motherfucker. Like, that's not out of nowhere, out of nothing that you can do that in the first place. So even if you were just some guy who wanted people to believe you, how convincing do you have to be? Because, like, people, I don't believe ancient people were that dumb where it's like, oh yeah, this will solve all my problems. I'm just going to wake up tomorrow and say, hey, everybody, I was in this cave and I saw Michael. Everyone will believe me. And then you practice in the cave. Like, I don't, it's just like, so, I mean, there must be something. Like, it can't be from nothing. And even if it is in your head, that's your head. That's another, your synapses are working, something like that.
So is this belief about a higher power testable in any way scientifically? Is there an experiment that could be done to make us more confident that it is the case or not the case?
I got a feeling they probably have done something. But honestly, I don't understand why scientists don't test these things more, or maybe I haven't heard of it, or maybe they think they're going to get laughed out by their peers. But there should be scientific tests that actually make because it's also in the brain too. Like people who believe in something, their brains work differently. I think they should make a test of like the functionality of the belief, because people have had arguments. Like I watched some, what was it, Jordan Peterson versus Sam Harrison or something about the religious belief, and they always go, I don't know, like it's always the Bible, like, and it's just like, okay, fine, that's the most popular religion, I get it, but it's never on spirituality as just spirituality in itself. And it's just like, and it's really easy because all I have to do is just like, oh, we'll just go to the part that is homophobic or sexist, and we're just going to extract that from the Bible out of context. Oh, now it's like, now we've just dismantled the whole thing because of our modern views, you know. And it's just like, that's kind of, it feels kind of like a cop out to me, because it's just like these humans wrote this, you know, and this comes from a tradition that actually did change over time. And the problem is that this tradition is only it's not really gonna change anymore, because now we have it solidified in this text, where we got the text after thousands and hundreds of years of through Judaism, through Christ, through Nicaea councils and stuff like that. That was like a long process to get to this one particular version of the Bible that's in English that isn't even in the original thing. And then when you look at people explaining the translation of maybe some part of the Bible, it doesn't even read the same way at all. So it's like a better Christian tradition would be that the Bible actually is evolving with us too, because we don't stone people to death. And maybe that did work at some point. Maybe you did. Maybe that's how you had to function as a society. Otherwise, things would be fucked up.
Okay. Maybe last question. Hypothetically, what would you need to see to shift your confidence even slightly? Is there anything that you could learn?
Less confident about it, I would just have to have, I don't know, just someone who argues really well about why the idea of because it's a functional thing. It doesn't really matter what the truth is, because the truth is too paradoxical.
Well, we're not talking about how does this belief function for people positively or negatively in the world? Is this true as a claim itself? Does a higher power exist?
I'm not so much interested in it's true or not. I'm interested in how does this affect me and what can I do with it, because I'm only interested in what I can control about myself. I'm not, let's say there's definitely a higher power, and it's just this evil God, you know, we have nothing, we can't do anything. Or maybe it's not an evil God, maybe everything, we have no willpower, it's just scientifically proven, and God comes up tomorrow and says, hey, I'm just the author of this book who writes this multiverse, you guys don't control anything, you're gonna wake up tomorrow and do this, and too bad. You know, it's just like, I'm only interested in what I can control. So if if it's functional for me to not believe, then I won't believe. If it's functional for me to believe, then I'll believe. Ought to believe. Like it's
Try
really
to believe.
it's really just an intuitive thing. I don't really know what's gonna make me go left or right. It's really just like it's either gonna be something I see or experience or evidence or some rationale of someone just with a really good argument, or maybe I wake up and have like I mean, I've had an outer body experience, but having a soul isn't the same thing as is a higher power.
So you're saying
The
it doesn't-
afterlife isn't the same thing as whether a God exists or not. I think those are two separate things.
Yeah, maybe I'll do another scale. How important to you that this belief is actually true? You can use the same scale if all the way to the right is very
Oh,
important,
okay.
very important, or
I think it's a better question. I think it's important because it changes our motivation. Whether
let's say extremely important, meh, not important at all.
Oh God, I have to think about that. It does change your motivation to, and it does give you some. I think it's important for me. I think the reason why. I think it's important for me that it exists to.
That it is actually real and true.
Yeah, but only to this level. I don't.
Same level?
Yeah, because it helps me make decisions easier. Like if I know it's all up to me, then I have to spend a longer time making decisions, because it's like there's nothing to back me up. If there's
nothing to back you up.
Yeah, because if I think there's a higher power and that there's a chance that this higher power is good and is on my side and wants me to succeed, then it's kind of like, okay, I can make these decisions, but if I'm wrong, at least I have, a parent or somebody out there who's like still on my side and kind of will help me get back on course. If it's all up to me, then I'm like, okay, then this is fucking like, this is just ride or die. I better, make the right choice here.
It seems to be a boost for control if a god, a higher power, is on your side about your decisions.
Yeah, it's kind of like there's pros and cons to it.
Okay.
If there's no God at all and we're completely limitless, then that just gives us a lot of fucking options to create our own morals and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then that can be overwhelming because now you have this huge range and this existential crisis of like, now what the hell do I do? It's kind of like when you
don't have a rule book to follow.
People experience this when they lose a job or a parent or a career or they don't have a guidance or their mentor or something. They're like, God, what do I do? I'd rather have a mentor or somebody. And this is also how people are raised. Sometimes people are, when they don't have a leadership in their life and they're left to be independent, they can generally become atheists easier because it's like, I've always been running my own show. I've always made the right choices. But a lot of those technical people, like, they create too many, okay, I'm going to, like, they plan things too much. Like, I noticed with my engineer cousin, like, he's like, okay, if this doesn't happen, then I'm going to do this. And it's just like, fuck, I'd rather have a mentor or somebody to have my back. And like you actually hear Christians say this. It's just like, I ain't got nothing to worry about because Jesus. And it's just like,
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, but I don't like, but how much the will is he taking? You also don't want some overbearing parent, Yeah. So it's just like, that's why it's like, okay, I'd rather have a God, but a laid back one who's like,
it's just like good job, man.
It's like, don't worry about it, like, you'll die. It'll be fine. You know, it's just. So that's how I feel about it.
So it's pretty important to you that this is true, and
Yeah.
because it seems to be something that's helping you in your life.
But the problem is, I've become more skeptical. I wish I was here.
You wish you were there.
But I'm just not there, and I'm here. But it's honestly, most of the new agey shit and stuff I read is making me more of a skeptic. It's just like, does God really want everyone to be this stupid? I mean,
You're
it's
not
just
hearing good reasons from the.
well, because everyone's suffering, everyone's complaining, and they're wearing these smiles on their face and say, no, you just have to believe. And it's just like, you know, maybe I want to be independent, and maybe I need to be more like, and just have the confidence, you know, and not like rely on like a higher power, maybe. But there's always going to be someone higher than you. Like you're going to have a boss. You're going to, never mind God. There's always going to be somebody, unless you're completely independent. And even then, you got to rely on clients or somebody. You're never going to have, unless you're the most powerful person on earth, and even if then, you're going to be subjugated by something. And what is that something? I'd rather that something be something I can rely on, that I have belief in, rather than an empty void of just myself constantly strategizing and trying to make choices and thinking of like, oh, if I don't make the right choice, then Stalin Jr. is gonna fucking stab me in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just,
You'd like to have something to rely on, and a higher power is one of those things. And some people in the chat are saying, are you saying that having a high degree of truth valuation is stressful?
truth evaluation?
Like a high degree of truth being important to you about this claim. Is it stressful? Is it the more that you value that this is actually true, more stressful? Or would you be less stressed about it if you didn't really care if it's true or not?
The value of this being true. Well, I'm not going to find out if it's true. What do you mean? Like if...
Yeah, I think we did like a second scale of how important to you that this belief is actually true, and you're saying about the same level. Does that matter? Does that affect your confidence at all about it?
Yeah, it does. It affects my confidence.
Like, if it didn't matter to you that it was true, why wouldn't you just be all the way confident about it?
Because it matters.
It matters.
I mean, there's this gap.
Yeah.
So as long as there's a gap, I'm not fully confident.
Yeah. That gap there is because you value the truth value of it?
Yeah, the gap is for two reasons.
Okay.
I'm not completely confident in my belief, and I don't know how confident I should be in my belief. To value it, it's like a circular effect. Yeah. It's like a, what do you call it? It's like you want something to be true, but you don't know if it is, and so
you want something to be true.
You want. I just said I'd rather rely on this. Like, I want this. I hope this is true. I hope what the creationists are saying is true, but I'm not completely confident in it, and that's what's causing me stress, is because I still have this reservation, and I wish I didn't have the reservation, but I have it, and I don't know.
You wish you could be more confident.
I wish I could be more confident, and what would make me more confident is, because we're only confident based off what we know and experience. Our truth makes us more confident about something. When we question the truth, suddenly we're even less confident, because it's like, oh my God, I thought this thing was true, and now I know it's a lie. Now, like, I have to be even more careful about what I call truth, and that's the crisis we have today, is the fucking everything online. Everyone, and I hate this when people are like, oh, gee, you can just learn it on YouTube. You can learn. There's so much bullshit. Like I had this argument once where somebody's just like, oh, you can be a better writer if you just look up stuff on YouTube. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like most people who talk about a real skill is earned from real masters, not from just some asshole online who thinks they're good at. I mean, sometimes you can tell, but like, and you can tell if you've been initiated in a process and actually gone through the work towards mastery. You can tell when someone doesn't know what they're saying. But if you're a beginner, you're just filled with all this information, and it's just like, oh God, I don't even know what's true anymore. But sometimes people are really open, and they just see things online, and they're just like, oh, okay, cool. Oh yeah, I believe that. And that's really bad, because there's things I catch online that are just not true. Like I've seen it about, or just they say it's true and it's really a subjective thought, and they act like it's a real thought. Like they act like it's a truth when it's just like, no, this is just your opinion.
Just opinion.
This is like I'll just give you a random one about comic books.
Sure.
Like I was taught at one point, like, oh, if you have 6 panels in a page and one of them isn't like a close-up, then that's too many. You read French comics, they kill that rule all the time. There's some of the best artists so it's just like a lot of rules are just subjective stuff. That's art, so that's different.
Yeah.
But you see this about religious stuff.
Is this a claim about like someone's opinion, or a truth claim that a higher power exists? This is a truth claim, right?
The higher power exists?
Yeah, when people say the higher power exists, they're not saying it's just my opinion. It's saying this is a thing that is real and true.
Most of the time when people say a higher power exists, that's their belief, but their belief is like, this is the truth.
Yeah, they're claiming it is the
Yeah,
case.
Especially if they're Christian. Yeah. Sometimes if they're a little on the agnostic side, they're like, oh, I believe in a higher power. In the way even the way they say it, like the way it comes out, you can tell that, oh, this is just their belief, and they might be willing to change their mind if something different convinces them or something.
It's something they maybe want to be true or hope to be true or rely
maybe
on.
They won't, or maybe they're maybe they're like here, and they just need like one, like I'm not just quite like like I saw an argument with Bill Nye where he was just like, what would it take you, actually it was this exact question you're asking me.
Yeah.
It's like, what would it take you, you do know what I'm talking about?
The Bill Nye Ken Ham debate.
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing because I got bored halfway.
Yeah, there's one audience question about what would change your mind, Bill Nye.
Yeah, and Bill Nye said he would change his mind. The Christian was just, no, I have faith. Like,
yeah.
But that's the difference between science and faith, is the belief in, which is weird to me, because I could go to a religion tomorrow and they can convince me like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah exists. And if I'm feeling right, or if they give me a drug or something, I don't know. I might be like, you know what, this is awesome. I'll believe it too. But then I might change my I'm a horrible disciple of any religion. That's why I'm not religious, because I just can't do it. It's like, I'm not going to be committed. I enjoy the company and the idea more than the actual faith of it. Like, why am I going to have absolute faith in this? You know, I don't have absolute faith in science. Somebody could write an article tomorrow and say, you know what, that shit we said about the multiverse is totally wrong, and I discovered this blah blah blah. Here's the new theory. You know, like.
And what would be the process that caused that person to say that thing?
Oh, I don't know, some new discovery.
A new discovery.
Maybe he built some machine.
Like an experiment and test.
Yeah,
and stuff.
like maybe he's the new Dr. Strange. Who knows? It's just somebody out there, Elon Musky guy, who just fucking like I remember reading an article about some guy making fun of string theory and calling it like this is some science magazine, saying that oh, this is bullshit. Like, literally calling it like who's making some vulgar statement, basically just dismissing the hell out of it. And it's like, oh. It only evolves when there's a revolution. It only evolves when somebody's like pissed off, or when somebody has some like, oh my God. Science is constantly testing. Spirituality could be more like science, where it actually like your faith is being tested, and the history is being tested. And it's like, oh, okay, like they should come out with a new Bible like every year, you know, like, and just
based on
have
the latest
experts,
information and
have experts like come in and retranslate it, Hebrew scholars, and be like, based off our archaeology, we found that Jesus was probably, you know, half Chinese, and the boot, we're gonna add this, you know, like something like if that happened, I think more people would probably be spiritual, if like, and you could just call it the same thing. You just call it new Christianity or something like that. And you could do the same. Well, Buddhism is different because it's not technically a religion, although there's all these religious Hinduism stuff that's attributed to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you could attach it to anything. So in that way, it's flexible, and that's why some people tend to go towards that, because you don't have to necessarily believe in some of the older Vedic stuff. But and those are the only two religions I can really speak on. I don't really know much about any of the other stuff. Well, actually, I don't really know. I'm not some Christian. I'm not an expert on any religion. I've studied a lot of mythology, though.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Aubrey, thanks so much for the conversation. I want to review your confidence. Is this the most reasonable spot to be?
Oh,
at this point?
wait. Yeah, like, let's do this. Yeah.
About the same spot.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we like to give one of these little puzzle pieces as a gift for people who have the conversations, just to remember. And if you see me again, feel free to come back and get another piece.
Is this going online somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was on my Twitch channel, his YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So feel free to pick a color, and we can
pick a color.
And then if you see me again, you can come back and get another one and build out the whole set.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys.
Any feedback and questions for me?
You were asking, what's your side of the skill? You never told me.
You want me to give my confidence?
Yeah. What is it? The higher power or the opposite?
It would be very low confidence about a creator of the universe, higher power.
Oh, okay. Oh, geez. Now I'm curious why, but that seems like it's a whole nother conversation.
I'll try to be here Wednesdays and Saturdays. I'd love to be questioned about it.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, we do want to try to wrap up at this point.
All right. Thanks.
This is so nice. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
See ya.
And with that, it's 4 o'clock, or a little after.
Yes.
So, I think we're done.
Yep.
Thank you all for coming. It's been great having you here. Some of the time. Cell signal sucks.
Travis wanted me to explain, but I figured that would go on another half hour at least.
Yeah.
Assumingly. But
well, that's
that would have been fine. But we do.
Either way.
I do have a course that I need to be.
You have a hard out.
I have a hard out. So.
Okay. Well, let's kill the stream. Thanks.
Yep.
See y'all later.
Cool.
I'm gonna pack up real quick.
Yep. All right. Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Bye.
Stinger.